Chapter 61:15. The Xia family also made a move. Even the Taopai clan had been targeted by others. However, it was fortunate that the Taopai clan had previously offered up many treasure maps. Hence, the people from the deity domain would also protect them. This made the people of the Taopai clan endlessly grateful. Now, they finally knew how important Lin Xian's promise was. Without the help of the people of the deity plane, the Taopai clan would probably be annihilated in no time. Not only the Taopai clan, but the people of the deity plane also sent out a message. Anyone who joined the deity plane would be protected. Countless families and sects yearned for it. The deity plane had many earth immortals, so they all headed over to join. The people of the Paramitha realm also sent out an order. Those who submitted to them could live, but those who joined the Divine Union region would definitely die. The same was true for the Supreme Palace. They started to recruit people crazily. Even some ancient existences in the Nine Serenities ground had revived. All kinds of forces were fighting in this world. At the same time, there was another message in the universe. Someone was preparing to prove their Tao. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Proving one's Tao in the universe was something that hadn't happened in many years. Although there were many great emperors and even earth immortals, they didn't prove their Tao in the universe. The familiar great emperors in the universe were Heavenly Emperor Yi and the Void Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix Great Land, the Qilin Great Emperor, and so on. These were all great emperors who had proven their Tao in the universe. After these great emperors, who could become the new Tao verifier in the universe? The Paramitha realm had sent out 7 peerless geniuses, all of whom had a chance to prove their Tao. For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. It was unbelievable. Was the Paramitha realm that powerful? The Supreme Palace had also sent out 3 geniuses. In addition, there were some ancient families and geniuses who felt that this was an opportunity. For a moment, more than a dozen boundary emperors had a chance to prove their Tao. These people would rise and there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle between the heavens and the earth. The people of the high heavens, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others had returned. In Upper Azure City, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Great, are they finally back? Lin Xian asked about the situation in the Nine Serenities ground and found that the situation was surprisingly good. They had already taken down 2 ancient cities. Does that mean I can affirm my Tao under the starry sky? Lin Xian asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. Lin Zhan nodded. The time has come. You can verify your Tao. However, Xianer, are you sure you want to walk the path of a celestial? If you were to simply walk the divine Tao or the immortal Tao, your Tao affirmation would be absolutely foolproof. However, if you want to walk the path of immortals, even if you have the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you won't be able to walk the path of immortals. Then, your chances of success won't be too high. In fact, it won't even be 50%. You have to think carefully. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes shone with determination. He said, Father, I've made up my mind. I want to walk the path of immortals. He had prepared for so long just so that he could walk this path. Otherwise, he would have long proven his Tao and become a martial monarch. Okay. Then go, we'll protect you. All you need to do is defeat your competitors. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard that. Are there many people who want to affirm their Tao? For the past 3 years, he had been cultivating in Upper Qingqing and didn't know what was going on outside. Lord Alcohol came over and said, That's right. The Nirvana realm has sent out 7 quasi-emperors. The Supreme Hall has 3. In addition, there are other families and sects in the universe. There are 5 in total. In other words, there were a total of 15 people who wanted to compete with Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that even if the Nirvana realm stopped him, they would only send out 1 or 2. He didn't expect that they would send out 7. But so what? He didn't care even if there were 70 of them. After adjusting his state, Lin Xian set off. He left the heavenly land and headed for the universe. While Lin Xian was flying, a great battle had already broken out. 2 battles. One battle was between the Nirvana realm and an ancient family in the universe. The 2 powerhouses who were about to affirm their Tao were fighting. In the end, the powerhouse of the clan of the ancients died on the spot. This shocked countless people. Did a genius who was about to affirm his Tao die just as the battle began? It was too unbelievable. The other battle was between the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall. Both sides had suffered losses. It seemed that the situation was more tragic than expected. Who was it? Who would succeed in the end? Someone said, "I remember that there's another genius. It's Lin Woody." "Yes, it's him. Hasn't he appeared yet? I think he should have. He won't miss this battle." Sure enough, the people on planet Tibetan were also talking about it. In their memory, Lin Woody had always been an invincible existence. He could kill a great emperor even if he wasn't a great emperor. Now, he had finally reached the step of affirming his Tao. Murong Qingqing, Yan Ryu, Shui Qi, and the others were also nervous. Would Lin Xian appear? Because they hadn't seen Lin Xian in the past 3 years. However, on this day, Lin Xian finally appeared. Lin Xian appeared in the starry sky of the universe. The first sentence he said was, "I want to affirm my Tao. Those who are not convinced can fight me." As soon as these words came out, the world was in an uproar. Everyone in the universe was stunned. It seemed that a top-level battle was about to break out. That was for sure. How could the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall let it go? Now, they also knew that the Nirvana realm was a supreme existence. There was more than one Earth immortal. The 7 geniuses they had pushed out were absolutely terrifying. Although the Supreme Hall was a little weak, they couldn't be underestimated. "Humph," boasting shamelessly. "I'll kill you." The person closest to the buried Emperor Star was a top genius from the Nirvana realm. He was called Shui Lang. He said, "Lin Woody, I will personally twist your head off." After saying this, he charged towards the buried Emperor Star. When the people on the buried Emperor Star heard this news, they also became nervous. Could Lin Xian withstand it? At the same time, the eyes of everyone in the universe also looked over. They wouldn't miss any Tao affirmation battle. Boom! On this day, a huge projection suddenly appeared outside the buried Emperor Star, blocking the sun. The buried Emperor Star was covered by dark clouds. On the planet, countless people looked up at the sky. What a terrifying aura! What was that? Was a peerless powerhouse attacking? Those remote antiquity families and peerless great sects were also facing a great enemy. Some great emperor families took out extreme weapons to defend themselves. The might of extreme weapons swept in all directions. Obviously, this kind of defense would only be used in an extremely urgent situation. Everyone was horrified. Who on earth was it? Could it be that other great emperors had come to attack? It couldn't be, right? Shouldn't these great emperors go to the netherworld? Why would they have the time to come to the buried Emperor Star? That was indeed the case. Now, as long as they had the strength and courage, they would go to the netherworld to look for opportunities. Generally, great emperors rarely went to other planets. The people of the Gu family used their void divine ability to investigate. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed to be a demonic beast. It was a werewolf. The scene they saw appeared in front of them using a formation. After the people on the buried Emperor Star saw it, they exclaimed in shock. It was a 3-meter-tall werewolf. It had a wolf head and looked extremely ferocious. Chapter 61:16. This werewolf's entire body was snow-white, but his eyes were incomparably red, carrying a monstrous blood aura. Anyone who looked at him would feel their scalp go numb. The people of the Wind Clan said, "This can't be the legendary Blood Wolf who is about to prove his Tao, right?" "That's right, it should be him." The people of the Phoenix Clan also frowned. It seemed that he didn't have any immortal chi on him, so he wasn't a great emperor. Then he was a quasi-emperor. No wonder he came out to prove his Tao. What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here for Lin Xian? Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Blood Wolf in the Sky said coldly, Lin Woody, where are you? Come out and die. At this moment, he was like an immortal, looking down. His cold voice sounded in the hidden Emperor Star, spreading to everyone's ears. Everyone's soul shook. At this moment, whether it was a powerful sage or a weak martial artist, they all looked up at the sky. Lin Woody's name was like thunder in the ears of the hidden Emperor Star. He was the top genius of the hidden Emperor Star, the person with the most hope of proving his Tao. Now someone had come to find Lin Woody? The other party's blood aura was really too strong, as if it could envelop the entire world. In the ancient city of the Holy Plains, the people of the sect also took a deep breath. The savage wilderness ancestor, fantasy world ancestor, and the others exclaimed, He's here! The people of the Divine Union were the same. They were all nervous. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Is the first opponent finally here? Good. Let me see what these geniuses of the Paramitha Heavenly King are capable of. After saying that, he got up and walked into the distance. Lin Woody, if you don't come out, I'll start to destroy the families and sects below. Blood Wolf in the Sky couldn't wait any longer. His eyes released a biting cold killing intent, and then, he slapped down with his claws. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers below shattered and turned into ashes. Not good. The people of the Yi clan roared and used an extreme Dao attack to block this attack. Don't go too far. The great emperor families also frowned. Too arrogant. Blood Wolf snorted. Extreme Dao weapon? However, it can be compared to the Paramitha, who has immortal chi. You don't want to die, right? If you dare to meddle in my affairs again, I'll turn your clan into ashes. After hearing this, the Yi family members frowned. How arrogant. Just when they were about to say something, another figure appeared in the sky. This was a young man with delicate features and a tall and straight figure. It was Lin Woody. The Yi family members cried out in alarm. Everyone in the hidden Emperor Star looked up at the sky. They shouted, Lin Woody is out. Great. Lin Woody, teach that despicable guy a lesson. That's right, it's just a demonic beast. What's there to be arrogant about? You actually dared to come to our hidden Emperor Star and behave atrociously. Countless people were furious. If it weren't for the Yi clan, the previous attack would have been enough to annihilate thousands of clans. Are you Lin Woody? Shui Lang looked down at the young man in front of him with a disdainful smile. I thought you were a coward who didn't dare to come out. If you had come out any later, I would have exterminated half of the clans in the hidden Emperor Star. At that time, I will destroy the hidden Emperor Star. Shui Lang's arrogant voice made everyone angry. However, they were also in despair. Perhaps only a top-notch expert with an extreme weapon would be able to contend against him. In fact, they might not even be able to kill him. Shui Lang's chi and blood were too terrifying. Just a projection of him was enough to make countless experts in the hidden Emperor Star tremble. Only a true great emperor would be able to contend against him. Lin Xian looked at Shui Lang, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. You were the one who attacked just now, right? Which claw did you use? Cut it down. Lin Xian's voice also resounded in all directions. Countless people were extremely excited. Look, this is a peerless expert. Everyone was terrified. The moment Lin Xian came up, he denounced the other party. He was standing up for them. How could the people of the hidden Emperor Star not be excited? Boy, you're courting death. Shui Lang was completely furious. One of his claws covered the sky and the earth, and he clawed forward. The aura on this claw was powerful, surpassing all quasi-emperors. Even a great emperor would be shocked by this. Sure enough, the people of the remote antiquity families and the imperial clans below all changed their expressions. How could the otherworld Heavenly King cultivate such a terrifying expert? Was the gap between them really so big? Lin Xian sneered. You don't know your own strength. He raised his palm and waved it forward. With a puff, the void was split in half, and Shui Lang's claw was also cut off. Blood spurted out, and the broken claw fell from the sky. Boom! The void shattered, and a deep pit appeared below. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Shui Lang was so terrifying that if Lin Xian wanted to fight him, it would be a shocking battle. They were all ready to enjoy the battle between the top experts. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would cut off Shui Lang's claw with a light slash. The gap in strength was a little big. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Had Lin Wuyi reached an unfathomable level? That was great. Ah! Snow Wolf let out a blood-curdling scream as his face turned extremely ugly. He was shocked. How can you have such terrifying power? This was impossible. He was really scared out of his wits. To be honest, he had never taken any quasi-emperor seriously. In his opinion, although he was not a great emperor yet, however, his only opponent was the great emperor. Apart from the few geniuses of the otherworld Heavenly King, no one else could defeat him. As for the famous Lin Wuyi in the starry sky, in his opinion, he was just the king of a group of ants. No matter how strong he was just an ant. How could he compete with a true dragon? However, the result of the matter was beyond his expectations. Damn it, I was careless just now. Go to hell now. Shui Lang roared, and the entire hidden Emperor Star echoed with the terrible howl of a wolf. Countless people's souls were about to crack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You! He waved his fist. At this moment, his divine body was like a sun war god, and every punch was like the arrival of the sun. After one punch, one of Shui Lang's arms was broken. Another punch broke one of Shui Lang's legs. After 3 punches, Shui Lang's body was penetrated, and blood stained the sky. Ah! An incomparably miserable voice sounded. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, Shui Lang's soul screamed. How was this possible? This power was really too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist it. He wanted to escape. However, the 4th punch came, penetrating the bloody mist and directly hitting his soul. No! Before he could say anything, his soul was smashed into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. Was he dead? Below, on the hidden Emperor Star, countless people looked at this scene in shock. Such a terrifying Shui Lang, who had the hope of proving his Tao, was killed by Lin Xian. His body and soul were destroyed. Strong! He was really too strong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. At the same time, the people watching the battle in the dark were also in an uproar. Lin Wuyi had killed the genius of the otherworld Heavenly King. This news spread throughout the universe like a storm. Everyone was shocked. This was the second powerhouse to die since the Battle of Tao Validation began. Chapter 61:17. Lin Xian's battle had shocked everyone. To be honest, in the past few years, Lin Xian had either been in the heavenly land or the abysmal underworld. He was either in seclusion or cultivating. He rarely appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Therefore, although his reputation was still there, fewer and fewer people had seen him fight. As a result, the new rising generation of the younger generation had doubts about his strength. Did Lin Xian really have invincible power? Was he really as powerful as the legends said? They didn't quite believe it. Especially later, 7 experts from the Nirvana realm came out and swept through everything, which made them even more terrified. In their opinion, Lin Xian couldn't resist them. However, this battle made everyone know that Lin Xian really did have invincible power. In the starry sky, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the blood mist that filled the sky condensed again, turning into the body of Shui Lang. Then, Lin Xian threw out a chain of laws and hung it in the starry sky. At the same time, Lin Xian used his sword as a pen and engraved a biting cold handwriting: "Those who offend the Emperor's star will be killed." When the pen fell, the killing intent was shocking. Everyone in the universe felt it. They were shocked. Not only did he kill Shui Lang, but he also hung Shui Lang's body in the starry sky for countless people to see. This was a slap to the Nirvana realm's face. As expected, the news spread. The other geniuses of the Nirvana realm went on an expedition to the universe. When they heard this, they frowned. What an arrogant Lin Woody! I'll kill him! What? Shui Lang is dead? That's impossible. His strength isn't much weaker than ours. The few Tao Vindicators frowned. On the other side, there was a handsome man. He was Dao Qin. Hearing this, he shook his head slightly. Shui Lang is too weak. Lin Woody is a little interesting. If he can sweep through everything, he will be my ultimate opponent. But now, he's not qualified for me to make a move. Among these 7 people, Dao Qin was also one of the Tao Vindicators. Moreover, he was the most important one. The other 6 were probably to confuse the enemy. Dao Qin was the strongest one. And up until now, he still didn't think he had a match. He didn't make a move, but someone else did. The second one to attack was a woman from the otherworld heavenly palace. Her name was Dai Qing Wu. This woman was dressed in colorful clothes and was very beautiful. Moreover, she was able to charm the world. As a Tao verifier, she immediately attracted a lot of attention after coming out. For a moment, those young geniuses and outstanding experts were all bewitched by her. They all prostrated themselves before her pomegranate skirt. In fact, there was another person in the universe who wanted to prove his Tao. However, after seeing Dai Qing Wu, his soul also fell for her. Now, he had become Dai Qing Wu's follower. Young people flocked to him like ducks. However, the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. This woman's soul energy was simply too powerful. If he were to get too close to her, his soul would probably sink into oblivion forever, never to return. In the end, they would only become living zombies, walking corpses. Lin Woody, be my follower. On this day, Dai Qing Wu uttered. Wherever she passed, countless people's eyes became dazed as their souls were controlled. Go and bring back Shui Lang's corpse. Whoever does it well will be rewarded. Hearing this, the eyes of the thousands of followers behind her turned red. They all moved out. Soon, these people arrived in the starry sky near the hidden Emperor Star. They began to attack, bombarding the chains of law. They quickly left with Shui Lang's corpse. When the people of the hidden Emperor Star saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Was someone attacking? Shui Lang's corpse was taken away by someone. Were the people from the otherworld heavenly palace here? They were facing a great enemy. However, when they saw the scene in the starry sky, they were all stunned. It wasn't the people from the otherworld heavenly palace, but some young people from all over the universe. These young people were also quite strong. However, compared to the Tao verifiers, they were still a lot weaker. Moreover, these people's eyes were red and they looked like they had gone crazy. The souls of these people were being controlled. What was going on? Who was so generous? Many people frowned. When the people of the Divine Union saw this scene, they were also worried. Should they snatch it back? Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No need. Didn't the otherworld heavenly palace send 7 geniuses? When the time comes, I'll kill these 7 geniuses and hang their corpses in the starry sky. That would be a spectacular sight. When the people of the Divine Union heard this, they felt dizzy. Just thinking about it made them excited. This way, the otherworld heavenly palace would probably go crazy. In the next few days, everyone was discussing. However, on this night, a voice was transmitted to the hidden Emperor Star, ringing in everyone's ears. It was this terrifying power again. Everyone was shocked. The previous roar of Shui Lang had made everyone's souls tremble. This time, it was a woman's voice. It was incomparably pleasant and charming. After hearing this, everyone felt their blood boil, as if their souls were about to be hooked away. It was indeed powerful. The older generation people could still resist. However, the younger generation people felt as if their bodies were about to split open. Their souls were about to leave their bodies and fly into the distance, to the side of the owner of this voice. In an instant, countless clans and sects were terrified. They wanted to stop it, but they realized that they couldn't stop these souls from leaving. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His voice echoed throughout the hidden Emperor Star. Instantly, his voice was like a thunderous sword, slicing through the void and destroying the void. It completely destroyed the charming voice. When the souls returned to their bodies, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it! What had happened? Their backs were drenched in sweat. Their souls seemed to have disappeared. This was too scary. Who was this person? Across the endless starry sky, a single sentence had nearly destroyed their souls. Little brat, why aren't you thanking Lin Gongzi? Just now, it was young Master Lin Wude who had attacked. Otherwise, your soul would have been destroyed. What? It was Lin Gongzi? His strength had already reached such a level? A single voice from the other party could affect the entire world. He was indeed strong. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi. At this moment, countless youths on the hidden Emperor Star bowed in the direction of the Divine Union. As for Lin Xian, he had already left the Divine Union and was walking in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't worry. I'll kill the charming thing. Let's go and watch the battle." Some of the more powerful ones soared into the sky. As for the youths, they begged, "Master, please take me with you." "Yes, grandfather. I'll definitely train hard next month. This time, can you take me to have a look, okay?" "That's right, Lin Wude is a genius from our hidden Emperor Star. He's going to prove his Tao. This is a rare sight in 10,000 years. Can you bear to let me miss it? I'm afraid of you. Come with me. Stay away from me. Don't wander around in the starry sky." These old men also sighed. Next, they brought their disciples and grand-disciples, or members of their families, and soared into the sky. They wanted to cross the starry sky and observe. As for those without strength, they didn't need to be afraid. The Gu family had specially opened a spatial passage and projected it onto the hidden Emperor Star. Everyone could see it. Chapter 61:18. At this moment, the starry sky was boiling. Everyone followed Lin Xian to watch the battle. After Dai Qingwu got the news, she chuckled. She looked at the thousands of followers behind her and said with a smile, "Who will kill him for me?" "Me! I'll go! Let me do it!" The people around her scrambled to be the first. However, Dai Qingwu had her eyes on one person. After all, Lin Xian had the title of Invincible and was very powerful. The others were no match for him at all. Moreover, this was a battle of doctrine attainment. It had to be other doctrine attainment cultivators. Fortunately, this time, there was another doctrine attainment cultivator among her followers. He was a disciple of a clan of the ancients. This person was called Zhuan Yu, and he was very powerful. Moreover, he was very lucky. He had received the inheritance of 2 great emperors. Dai Qingwu was very relieved to have him fight. Before long, Lin Xian arrived. He was like a god of war, standing in all directions. "People of the Nirvana realm, do you dare to fight with me?" Lin Xian's voice sounded like thunder. The followers on the opposite side all shouted coldly, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you compete with the fairy? That's right, get out of here, or we'll kill you!" These people roared crazily. At this moment, Dai Qingwu was the supreme goddess in front of them. Lin Xian frowned and snorted coldly. "A bunch of trash." His voice carried an invincible power, which made these people bleed from their 7 orifices. "Your opponent is me." Zhuan Yu walked over, and an extremely cold light burst out of his eyes. "You!" Lin Xian frowned. "This person is very powerful. He was the top existence among the quasi-emperors. Why was he also bewitched?" Behind him, the people of the Phoenix clan who were watching the battle also said, "Lin Gongzi, be careful. This person is not ordinary." His name was Zhuan Yu, and he was also one of the doctrine attainment cultivators this time. It was said that he had received the inheritance of 2 great emperors, and his strength was very terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. "Oh, really? But so what?" Lin Xian wasn't even afraid of 2 great emperors, let alone the inheritances of great emperors. Since you're a Dao Vindicator, you're qualified to fight me. Lin Xian walked out, his aura exploding continuously. The others were all nervous. What kind of terrifying strength would the two successors of great emperors have? Boom! Xuan Yu also walked out. In the next moment, a monstrous bloody aura erupted from his body. Everyone felt as if they had gone mad. It was as if hell had descended upon them. Xuan Yu actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. How many experts had he killed? Countless people were shocked. The expressions of those from the monarch clan also changed. No, this was the inheritance of a great emperor. Only the inheritance of a martial monarch could produce such a terrifying murderous aura. He wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Now, the Golden Age had begun, and the great emperors from 1,000,000 years ago had appeared. There were even some that were millions of years old. These martial monarchs had existed for many eras. Which two martial monarchs had he obtained? No one knew either. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Make your move. You only have one chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. You're courting death. Xuan Yu was also angry. A blood-colored long saber appeared in his hand. The saber slashed down, turning into a shocking saber shadow that swept across heaven and earth. The momentum of this saber was too powerful. No one below the great emperor could block it. Lin Xian took a step forward. 9 Suns Divine Fist. A golden fist illuminated the surroundings and hit the long saber. With a clang, the two collided. The saber light flickered, the long saber swayed, and qi and blood swept in all directions. Lin Xian said, "It's useless. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me too much." Lin Xian's 9 Suns divine body had already reached the major success stage, so this saber couldn't hurt him at all. Shadowless sword. At this moment, Xuan Yu attacked again. There was no light on his body. However, Lin Xian seemed to have been hit by the sword qi, and his 9 Suns divine body shook. What happened? The spectators were stunned. Where did the attack come from? Even Lin Xian's face changed. What a powerful sword qi! However, he didn't see it. Behind him, Dai Qingwu raised the corners of her mouth when she saw this scene. Shadowless sword. Xuan Yu appeared. This sword qi was without a trace and couldn't be captured at all. Lin Wudi, how are you going to block it? Shadowless sword was also the inheritance of the great emperor, and it was an extremely terrifying and strange inheritance. People below the great emperor couldn't capture this sword technique at all. Sure enough, next thunderous sounds kept coming from Lin Xian's body, and his qi and blood were rolling. Xuan Yu said, "See? You're no match for me. Next, I'm going to use my killing move." Was Lin Wudi being restrained? The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light. A swordsman? Then you deserve to be taken seriously. After that, he let out a long roar, opened his Rinnegan, and turned into a reincarnation sword shadow. It was past. Everyone saw that a sword light flashed out of Lin Xian's right eye and stabbed forward. Ah! With a scream, Xuan Yu's figure stopped in midair. The powerful murderous aura on his body slowly disappeared. Then, with a plop, he fell in the starry sky. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Those experts looked forward and gasped. Xuan Yu's soul had been destroyed. No way, he killed Xuan Yu with one glance. God, Lin Wudi, what did you just do? Everyone went crazy. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Dai Qingwu's followers were trembling. Dai Qingwu also frowned tightly. The power of reincarnation? Damn it, this guy. She gritted her teeth. Yub! How dare you kill him? On the other side, a group of masters rushed out. They were murderous and stared at Lin Xian. They were the people of the Zhuang family. Xuan Yu was their top genius and had hope of proving his Tao. But they didn't expect that this time. Not only did he fail to prove his Tao, but he was also killed. They couldn't bear it. Damn kid! An extremely terrifying light erupted from those masters, and terrifying laws swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Stupid thing, the battle of proving one's Tao is the most important battle. Life and death are not involved. If you don't even have this awareness, then what are you trying to prove your Tao? As long as it's a battle of proving one's Tao, no matter who the enemy is, I'll do my best. It's normal for him to be killed. If I'm killed in the battle of proving one's Tao, no one will say anything. Does the Zhuang family still want to fight? Lin Xian pointed his sword forward, and his voice was sonorous. The other people were also spiritedly discussing the matter. Some young geniuses were frightened. They thought that there was only one winner in the battle of proving one's Tao. If they lost, they could still become quasi-emperors. But how could it be so simple? There was no life and death in the battle of proving one's Tao. Once they stepped on the path of proving one's Tao, life and death no longer belonged to them. If they failed, they might die. The battle of proving one's Tao is so cruel. A young genius sighed. The others were also frightened. Is this the path of becoming a great emperor? Many great emperors had appeared in this golden era, making everyone think that great emperors were no longer so precious. But now it seemed that this was not the case at all. What they saw was the appearance of great emperors from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. This was not the great emperors of an era at all. This was the gathering of great emperors of countless eras. It was too difficult for a great emperor to appear in an era. Now, their era had yet to produce a great emperor. Lin Xian and the others were about to take this path. And this path had just begun, and it was already so terrifying. There were already 3 top quasi-emperors who had fallen. If these 3 quasi-emperors didn't die, they would still be super powerhouses even if they didn't become great emperors. But now, their hearts and souls were all destroyed. The people of the Zhuang family also fell silent. Although they were unwilling, the old master of the Zhuang family came out. He shouted coldly, "Aren't you ashamed? Come back!" The people of the Zhuang family had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave. In a fair battle, there was nothing they could say if they were inferior. "It's your turn." Lin Xian turned his gaze and stared at Di Qingwu. Chapter 61:19. Was he going to continue fighting? Didn't he need to rest? Countless people were surprised. After all, Lin Xian had just finished a fight. However, some people said, "I don't think so." After all, Lin Wudi only glanced at his opponent. Everyone was speechless. A Tao validation expert was killed with a glare. That was too terrifying. Would Dai Qingwu be able to withstand it? Some people were puzzled. Others said, "Not necessarily. Zhuang Yu was so strong, but he was still bewitched by Dai Qingwu." Dai Qingwu's methods were very strange. Dai Qingwu also stood up lazily. Her figure was graceful, and her every move was full of charm. She attracted the attention of countless people. She said, "That trash Zhuang Yu is really trash. I originally thought that he would be able to take 100 or 200 moves. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you with a glance. What a trash." Hearing this, some people from the Zhuang family went crazy. Their top geniuses were actually called trash. Damn it. However, they didn't dare to do anything because of Dai Qingwu's identity. They could only go crazy with anger. "You don't have to talk about him. In my eyes, you are also trash. You don't even dare to fight me head-on. You don't have the qualifications to prove your Tao. Also, that Xue Lang was extremely arrogant, but his strength was only SOSO. Do the Otherworld Heavenly King only have such geniuses? You are really disappointing." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You'll pay the price for your eloquence." The smile on Dai Qingwu's face became even more charming. Those who were familiar with her would know that she was really angry. The more charming her smile was, the more terrifying her soul bewitchment technique was. Sure enough, some of the older generation experts' souls shook. They quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look again. The young disciples beside them were in a daze. It was as if their souls had been taken away. Your soul bewitchment technique is useless against me, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like the roar of a true dragon, resounding through the 9 heavens. The people of the Divine Union had also come. They were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they snorted coldly. You want to bewitch the Union leader with this little ability? Ridiculous. This woman was too stupid. The people on the Hidden Emperor Star are also very excited. Lin Gongzi, please make a move. Lin Gongzi had defeated her in an instant. Dai Qingwu's followers shouted coldly. Who is Lin Wudi? Do you have the ability to call yourself invincible? That's right, the fairies were the strongest. Fairy, I love you! Fairy, let us go, kill him, tear him to pieces. The eyes of these followers were red. They were incomparably crazy. Dai Qingwu's smile became even wider. She looked forward and gently exhaled a fragrant breath. This aura turned into countless butterflies that flew forward and danced gracefully. It was a very beautiful sight. This is a secret soul technique. Don't look at it. The older generation disciples quickly covered the eyes of the younger geniuses. If they were to be glanced at, they would probably never be able to find their souls. It's useless to me. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he spat out a sword chi, killing all of the butterflies. He said in a clear voice, I have the great dragon sword, which is invincible. Don't try to confuse me. Do you have any other abilities? If not, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. Humph! Dai Qingwu snorted coldly. She waved her hand and a long whip appeared in her hand. She swung it fiercely. At the same time, she flicked her finger and a drop of black blood flew out. This drop of blood carried an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shattering the entire starry sky. At the same time, Dai Qingwu's eyes became even more blurred as she kept tearing Lin Xian's soul. Her first attack was a fatal blow. One had to admit that this woman was really too terrifying. Good timing. Lin Xian nodded. This is what a Dao affirmation should look like. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he quickly rushed over. He didn't dodge at all. With the strength of his physique, he directly tore the starry sky into pieces. Then, he threw a punch. This punch was like the punch of a god, splitting the world apart. Boom! The 9 Suns' divine fist was extremely terrifying. A greater success divine body could compete with a great emperor. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Dai Qingwu kept dodging. Her figure was incomparably graceful. There were thousands of butterflies around her, and she could instantly teleport to each of them. These butterflies could not only confuse souls, but when they split open, they would also be a destructive force. The hearts of everyone in the universe pounded wildly. This woman was too terrifying. Perhaps just these butterflies alone could instantly turn the people of a world into puppets. Another shocking confrontation ensued. Dai Qingwu retreated, and a few cracks appeared on her body. Her body was almost torn to pieces. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and dripped into the starry sky, dyeing the starlight under her feet red. Damn it, how dare you hurt the fairy? I'll fight it out with you. Damn it! When the followers saw this scene, their eyes turned red and they rushed over crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and thousands of people were sent flying. Lin Wudi, you've completely angered me. The smile on Dai Qingwu's face disappeared, replaced by a touch of coldness. A pair of butterfly wings appeared on her back, and dreamy laws surrounded her. At the same time, countless lines appeared in her eyes. Buzz! Then, everyone's souls shook. In a trance, they saw a huge butterfly figure fly out from the top of Dai Qingwu's head and attack Lin Xian. Was this an out-of-body experience? She wanted to kill Lin Xian with the power of her soul. Everyone was dumbfounded. The divine fire on Lin Xian's body flickered, but he didn't use the power of the divine body. Instead, he said loudly, "You've always been proud of your soul. Do you really think that your soul is invincible? Let me show you what it means to be invincible." Lin Xian opened his rinnegan, and 6 worlds formed between heaven and earth. Reincarnation. With a low shout, the 6 worlds quickly enveloped and swallowed Dai Qingwu's soul. Dai Qingwu let out a miserable cry. "No, get out of my way!" Her wings danced, her jade-like hands flapped, and the power of her soul was incomparably vast. However, she seemed insignificant in front of the 6 worlds. In the end, her body was torn apart, and she fell into the 6 worlds and disappeared. Boom! Dai Qingwu's soul was killed, and her body fell. Was another one dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. How long had it been? Another Tao verifier had fallen, and it was an even more powerful Nirvana realm genius. When Dai Qingwu died, the thousands of followers under her control also held their heads and screamed, "Ah, my soul!" Their souls were also turned into ashes, and they went to the Yellow Springs with Dai Qingwu. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Some of the younger disciples were so scared that their bodies trembled. If they were controlled before, wouldn't it mean that they were dead now? I'm not dead yet. However, at this moment, a resentful voice sounded. As long as I control the souls of people, I can instantly absorb the power of their souls, and I can still fight. Dai Qingwu's voice came from the 6 worlds again. Everyone was shocked. This woman was so terrifying. She was enveloped by the 6 worlds, and she was still alive. Even Lin Xian was surprised. She forcefully seized the soul power of others to strengthen herself? She was indeed strong. In the 6 worlds, Dai Qingwu had absorbed the soul power of her followers, and her body became incomparably huge. She had come back from the 6 worlds again. "Linwoody, you're the one who's dead." She rushed over quickly. Lin Xian shook his head and sneered. "Stupid! Reincarnation sword!" At a glance, the phantom of the reincarnation sword descended and split Dai Qingwu's soul. This time, Dai Qingwu was completely gone. Chapter 61:20. Everyone was dumbfounded. The starry sky was silent. After a while, they realized that Dai Qingwu's soul could no longer come back. They broke out in cold sweat. Is she really dead? The second genius of the Nirvana realm had died in the hands of Lin Xian. Including Zhuan Yu, there were 3 doctrine vindicators. Lin Xian was too strong. "Continue," Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't think it was enough. What was the Nirvana realm doing? Although these people were strong, how could they not know his strength? He had fought with the Nirvana realm emperor many times. Those people should know his strength. Why did they send these people? Were they here to die? In Lin Xian's eyes, these people were merely stepping stones that would allow him to gradually increase his aura. In the end, he would become truly invincible. With doubts, Lin Xian continued on his way to find the next doctrine vindicator. The news of this battle also spread. 2 doctrine vindicators had died in the hands of Lin Xian, which caused an uproar. He was too strong. No one could defeat him. From the looks of it, the Tao vindication this time would definitely be Lin Xian. He was really invincible. Everyone had the same thought. However, on this day, there was a piece of news that stunned everyone again. In fact, there were even quite a few people who changed their minds. Dao Qin, the doctrine vindicator of the Nirvana realm, killed a great emperor in 3 strikes in the world of ice and snow. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. He killed a great emperor in 3 strikes. What kind of strength was this? And this person was also a doctrine vindicator. He was a doctrine vindicator of the Nirvana realm. Heavens, how terrifying was this person's strength! Countless people were terrified. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill a great emperor in 3 strikes. Was this the real expert of the Nirvana realm? Countless people fell silent. The people of the clan of the Ancients, and the great sects also frowned. They were discussing. The Nirvana realm had sent out 7 people. Most of them were fake, and only a few were real. This Dao Qin was probably the most important person of all. That's right. He killed a great emperor in 3 strikes. They didn't even dare to dream of it. What was a great emperor? That was the strongest expert of an era. But now, he had been easily killed by a boundary emperor. It really broke their common sense. When the news spread to the hidden emperor star, countless people went into an uproar. This was the real Higgin, the real trump card. Perhaps, this was Lin Xian's greatest enemy. The members of the Divine Union also had solemn expressions. Even Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light when he heard this. Dao Qin? That was interesting. He knew it. The otherworld heavenly king was so terrifying. How could it not have any top-notch geniuses? Wasn't it happening now? Older brother Xian, Murong Qingqing and the others were also worried. Even Lin Xian wouldn't be able to kill a great emperor with 3 strikes, right? Lin Xian said. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But now, it might not be. In the past 3 years, he had refined the divine flame and the immortal Qi seeds to the peak. His strength had become even stronger than before. If he went all out, he was confident that he could kill a great emperor in 3 moves. He was even confident that he could kill his enemy in 1 move. Of course, that would be his strongest move. Such a move could only be used once in a short period of time. However, if others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and scared silly. The news wasn't over yet. The Supreme Hall also reported a shocking battle record. Gui Qianye had killed a great emperor on the White Bone Star. When the news came out, the crowd went into an uproar again. Another genius who had killed a great emperor had appeared. Moreover, he was also one of the Dao verifiers. Although the Supreme Hall had only sent out 3 people, one of them was Gui Qianye. He actually had the strength to kill a great emperor. It was incredible. Between him and Dao Qin, who was stronger? Could Lin Wudi defeat such an expert? There was a lot of discussion in the various realms. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian would win without a doubt. However, the situation had become confusing again. Not only that, but a few more people suddenly appeared. These people weren't originally part of the Dao verifiers team. However, in the past few days, they had suddenly appeared. One of them was Yi Wudao. After he came out, he defeated everyone. In the end, he met another Dao verifier from the other side. That person was called Lei. His Dao of lightning was extremely terrifying. He fought with Yi Wudao, but in the end, he was defeated by Yi Wudao. Countless people were shocked. Yi Wudao also had such heaven-defying strength. This wasn't the end. Another person appeared. It was a woman. She defeated another Dao verifier from a clan of the ancients. Later, everyone learned that this woman's name was Zhong Linxiu. These 2 people were familiar with the martial artists on the hidden Emperor Star. Even Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. He was also very familiar with these 2 people. He didn't expect that these 2 people had finally reached this step. After hearing this news, the Qilin clan and the Kunping clan fell silent. The Qilin's son gritted his teeth. I also want to prove my Dao. The Kunping's son was also prepared to give it a try, although they knew that their chances weren't high. However, as princes, they wouldn't back down. The Gu clan. Gu Santong was still cultivating. He was wearing the Void Battle Robe and cultivating the Void Ancient Star. At this moment, he had also reached an unfathomable level. When he heard that Lin Xian and the others had proven their Dao, he was also envious. Then he said, Ancestor, I'm afraid I won't be able to prove my Dao this time. However, believe me, I will definitely become a great emperor in the future. Santong, cultivate well. Don't be impatient. The surrounding elders of the Gu clan all spoke up. They knew that Gu Santong had suffered a lot before and had fallen behind a lot. When he returned to his clan, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now that he had grown to this extent, they were already surprised. It seemed that although Gu Santong wasn't the first Dao verifier, it shouldn't be a problem for him to prove his Dao in the future. Indeed, now that the 9th underworld had opened, many people could go there to prove their Dao. However, the first Dao verifier in the starry sky had a special meaning. That was why Higgin was so crazy. The people of the various worlds continued to pay attention. 10 days later, they received new news. Yu Dao had met another Dao verifier from a clan of the ancients. After a day of battle, he left in victory. Half a month later, Zhong Lingxiu encountered someone from the Supreme Palace. The two of them fought to a draw. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Ordinary Dao verifiers were no match for him at all. It would be a waste of time for him to make a move. His targets were two people. One was Dao Chen of Higgin. The other was Gui Qianye of the Supreme Palace. Both of them had the strength to kill a great emperor. They were his true opponents. Dao Chen, Gui Qianye, do you dare to fight? I'll wait for you. Lin Xian's voice spread throughout the universe. I'll fight you. Immediately, some people were unconvinced. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other challengers had better come together. Don't waste my time. When the challengers heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, are you looking down on us? Come over when you have the strength. Lin Xian used the 9 Suns' divine fire to form an artificial sun that floated in the sky. As soon as this sun appeared, endless light swept in all directions. Many people's bodies melted when they got close. Damn it, why do I feel like it's more terrifying than a real sun? How powerful is he? Those challengers couldn't even cross the sun, let alone challenge Lin Xian. However, before Lin Xian could wait for these two people, a great battle broke out in the starry sky. It was the battle between Yu Dao and Dao Chen. Chapter 61-21. This battle erupted. It was extremely unexpected, no one expecting this. Dao Chen was in existence that could kill a great emperor. How could Yu Dao encounter him? Let's go and take a look. This will definitely be a peerless battle. Yu Dao was the Yi family's saint physique. Furthermore, his saint physique was comparable to a great emperor. The Yi family had produced a great emperor. It was said that the great emperor of the Yi family was extremely extraordinary and was called Celestial Emperor Yi. Although he hadn't appeared, no one dared to look down on the Celestial Emperor scripture left behind by Celestial Emperor Yi. There was also the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, which was absolutely terrifying. It was unknown how far Celestial Emperor Yi had cultivated. However, no one had seen this battle. By the time they found out, the battle had already ended. What was the result? Countless people asked. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were also nervous. The Yi family's people were even more solemn. Each of them had an incomparably cold expression. When Lin Xian heard the news, his heart thumped. It can't be right? He had a bad premonition. He hurriedly rushed out and found the Yi family's patriarch. How was Wu Dao? The patriarch shook his head. I don't know. I don't know. Lin Xian was also stunned. You didn't send a Dao protector? That shouldn't be. Even if you didn't have a Dao protector, you should have seen the battle, right? However, the Yi family's people shook their heads. No, we didn't see it. In fact, this battle was because Wu Dao had suddenly changed his mind. Lin Xian frowned. In other words, it was hard to say whether Leaf Dao Denier would survive this battle. He hurriedly ordered the Divine Union's people to look for him. The others were also discussing. What was the battle situation? Was Yu Dao defeated or dead? 2 days later, Yu Dao returned. He was covered in blood and had 3 wounds on his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after they saw it. These 3 wounds had even broken the bones of the man. Yu Dao had relied on his last bit of willpower to stay together. Otherwise, his body would have been torn apart. Wu Dao. The Yi family's elders hurriedly rushed over and took out all kinds of spirit pills and treasures. But Leaf Dao Denier said, Don't move. Don't come near me. The eyes of the Yi family members were red. The elders were crying. Wu Dao, why do you have to risk your life like this? Leaf Dao Denier chuckled. That's how martial artists should be. Zhan Tian. Do Di. Shatter everything and press forward with indomitable will. Martial artists of our generation, why should we fear a battle? It's just that my skills weren't as good as his and I lost. Lin Xian also walked over. He took a deep breath and took out a few storage rings. He said, "There are some treasures inside. Hurry up and recover. Don't hurt your foundation." Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm not dead yet. The only reason I haven't recovered yet is so you can watch." Lin Xian was stunned. "Me?" The others were also stunned. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Look carefully at these 3 sword marks. His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Previously, killing a great emperor with 3 slashes was my limit. Let's see what we can see from these sabers. It would be best to study his flaws." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He was extremely moved. Leaf Dao Denier's saber marks had been left for him to see. He clenched his fists. "I'll avenge you. I'll kill Dao Chen with my own hands." Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He didn't waste any more time. He had to quickly study these 3 saber marks thoroughly. The Rinnegan in his eyes erupted. Lin Xian looked at them for a day before closing his eyes. The Yi family powerhouses hurriedly took Leaf Dao Denier back for treatment. The people of the Divine Union didn't dare disturb him. A few days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. "What terrifying saber technique," he said. "How does it compare to your sword technique?" Murong Qingqing and the others asked. In their opinion, it shouldn't be as good as Lin Xian's sword technique. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't compared it. But from the saber marks, it's actually not inferior to my sword technique." This was something that left him incomparably astonished. One had to know that Lin Xian's sword technique was terrifying. Furthermore, he had the Great Dragon Sword, which had an indestructible power. However, this saber technique was actually on par with his sword technique. This was really surprising. What exactly was Dao Chen's background? At the same time, the news of Leaf Dao Denier's defeat spread. The entire world was in an uproar. Had he been defeated? They were extremely shocked. Some people said, "It's expected. Dao Chen is too terrifying." Others said, "Leaf Dao Denier has been defeated, but he's still alive. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than a great emperor?" Indeed, Dao Chen had previously killed a great emperor with 3 saber strikes. Now, it was said that Leaf Dao Denier had survived 3 saber strikes. Leaf Dao Denier's future was limitless. Although he couldn't become a great emperor this time, there was still hope for him in the future. The Yi family's heaven and earth scripture was indeed magical. Many people exclaimed. At the same time, the people of the Prometheus sect frowned. Someone asked, "Dao Chen, did you hold back? Why didn't you kill that kid?" "Yes, that kid is so close to the Divine Union. He's our enemy." Dao Chen shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to kill him, but he's really strong. He cultivates the heaven and earth scripture. Moreover, he's cultivated it to a very high level." The heaven and earth scripture. The people of the Prometheus sect frowned. The Yi family's celestial emperor. Thinking of this person made them grit their teeth. This person had also been their enemy in the past. Moreover, the Yi family's celestial emperor was extremely powerful. He had cultivated 3 divine fires and was an earth immortal. In the battle back then, he was incomparably strong. However, it was said that he had mysteriously disappeared. Even now, a great emperor from millions of years ago had been resurrected. However, the Yi family's celestial emperor hadn't appeared. This was really surprising. Did he really die, or did he leave and go somewhere else to cultivate in silence? They didn't know. However, Dao Chen said, "According to my father, there's a possibility. The Yi family's celestial emperor had found the legendary 10th land. He had gone in and hadn't come out yet. Therefore, they had to be on guard against him." The 10th land. The people of the Prometheus sect were surprised. Even their Prometheus sect didn't have any clues. This celestial emperor Yi was really lucky. Dao Chen shook his head. "There's no need to talk about this anymore. Even if he cultivates the heaven and earth scripture, He's not my match. He's already lost to me. He's no longer a threat. I'm paying attention to two people. One is Gui Qianye. This guy is the disciple of the death god. He must have some trump cards in his hands. He's worth me taking seriously. The other person is that Lin Wudi. I'll personally behead him. I'll bring his head back to the Paramitha sect. Until now, Dao Chun was still as calm as ever. In his opinion, these two people could give him a little pressure. But that was it. They wouldn't be his match. He was the son of the Saber Immortal. The trump cards in his hands were definitely not what these people could imagine. As for Lin Xian's divine body and the power of the Great Dragon's Sword, so what? Back then, wasn't the Great Dragon's Sword broken by someone? Back then, their Paramitha sex experts could do it. This time, he could do it again. He wanted to personally shatter the Great Dragon's Sword's spirit. Chapter 61-22. In the universe, news of battles between Dao verifiers broke out from time to time. Almost every few days, there would be news of a great battle. The result was either defeat or death. Up until now, almost half of the Dao verifiers had died in battle. The probability of this kind of death was really too high. One had to know that each of these Dao verifiers was an incredible genius. In other eras, they might have been able to successfully verify their Dao. Even if these people went to the 9 underworlds, they would have a high chance of becoming great emperors. However, these people had all chosen to verify their Dao in the universe to prove themselves. However, the price they had to pay was very high. Once they were defeated, they would either be seriously injured or killed. Furthermore, there was news that Zhong Lingxiu had encountered the utmost exalted Hall's Dark Crow. The two fought for 10 days. Dark Crow was seriously injured and unconscious. Zhong Lingxiu was also seriously injured. Did she win? Legend had it that Zhong Lingxiu had a Xiantian constitution. She was born with the great Dao. She was indeed strong. I remember that Dark Crow was very terrifying. He had once defeated 2 Dao verifiers. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Zhong Lingxiu? I heard new news that Zhong Lingxiu was being hunted down by the Supreme Hall. The Supreme Hall was actually so despicable. Did they really think that there was no one behind Zhong Lingxiu? However, when they found out that the person being hunted down was another Dao verifier, Wan Muying, they were all stunned. They were all stunned. Being hunted down by a Dao verifier? The Supreme Hall was really despicable. What was this? Were they bullying the Hidden Emperor Star? When the news reached the Hidden Emperor Star, the people there were also gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Courting death. Those who had reached the Dao verifier were all existences that could sweep through all of their peers. Every one of them was incomparably arrogant, and disdained to attack someone who was seriously injured. Previously, Zhong Lingxiu had fought a fair battle with others. If she won, she would have won. If they wanted to challenge her again, they would have to wait until Zhong Lingxiu recovered. However, someone was actually trying to kill her while she was seriously injured. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate this. Furthermore, Zhong Lingxiu was his friend. He immediately rushed out. The people of the Divine Union quickly captured the news and sent it to Lin Xian. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiu was covered in blood. Many of her bones were broken. Her internal organs were severely injured, almost to the point of damaging her foundation. Despicable! She shouted coldly. The person chasing after her was a cold man dressed in black. No matter what you say, the winner takes all. You will soon die, but I will be able to continue on the path of cultivation. I have to say, your born Taoism aptitude is really powerful. You actually managed to injure Anya to the brink of death. Don't worry, after killing you, I'll dig out your heart and see how magical the Xiantian heart is. It should be able to help me break through and become a Arch. Wan Yuying revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, no one will come to save you because no one knows that we are here. Indeed, the people of the myriad worlds were incomparably furious. The Hidden Emperor Star roared. The Supreme Hall is despicable. Several Supremes walked out from the Supreme Hall and said, Strength decides everything. We didn't send any Supreme Martial Artists to kill her. She's just a Tao verifier. If she couldn't beat him, it meant that she wasn't as good as him. Damn it. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were so angry that they vomited blood. These people were really shameless. The people of the Supreme Hall sneered. According to the information they had obtained, this born Taoism aptitude was also related to the people of the deity realm. Once she grew and broke through and became a Darch, she would be a great threat to them. They had to take advantage of this time to kill her before she became a Darch. In the vast universe, in a certain star world, an extremely terrifying killing intent appeared on Wan Muying's body. Then, he raised his palm, and a terrifying law spread out in his palm. Zhong Lingxiu gritted her teeth. Damn it, am I going to die here? I really don't want to die like this. However, if the other party dared to underestimate her, he would probably regret it. As someone with a born Taoism aptitude, her desperate attack couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, an extremely terrifying hole appeared on her body. Her heart was beating fiercely. The surrounding power of the great Tao crazily poured in, and an extremely terrifying phantom appeared on her body. That violent power was not concealed at all. You want to die together? I won't give you a chance. Wan Muying slapped out, wanting to stop the other party. Boom! At the same time, the sky broke open, and a golden palm pressed down, hitting his arm. He directly broke one of his arms. Wan Muying screamed and flew out. On the other side, Zhong Lingxiu was also stunned. She realized that the Xiantian power in her body was also suppressed by a palm. At the same time, a voice rang out beside her. Don't do anything stupid. I'm here, and you're safe. It was his voice. Zhong Lingxiu was stunned. The power of the great Tao in her body disappeared, and she was completely relieved. Has the other party found me? Who is it? How dare you ruin my plan? Wan Muying gritted his teeth and roared. He looked up and saw a man burning with the fire of the sun standing there. The other party was like the Sun War god, extremely dazzling. Nine Yang Divine Body, you're that Lin Wudi? That's right. Lin Xian snorted. Are you ready to die? You're really arrogant. Do you know who I am? How dare you say such things to me? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't need to know who you are. I don't need to know a despicable person. At the same time, the people of the God Realm Alliance also came. Murong Qingqing and Xueqi quickly took Zhong Lingxiu away. They retreated into the distance. In front, Lin Xian and Wan Muying were confronting each other. The killing intent on their bodies was constantly erupting. Wan Muying snorted. You ruined my plan. Go to hell. He slapped out a palm, directly toward Lin Xian. With a loud bang, the sky and earth shook. A terrifying black hole appeared where Lin Xian was. It was incomparably deep. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked out safe and sound. Damn, what a strong physique. Wan Muying furrowed his brows tightly. Thousand Shadows technique. He shouted, and his body shook. In an instant, thousands of shadows appeared in the heavenly palace. Each of them was incomparably real. These shadows attacked together, mixed with the power of tens of thousands of pounds, fiercely attacking. Go to hell. As soon as he attacked, Wan Muying used his ultimate technique. He could defeat several experts of the same level with this ultimate technique. He even felt that with this technique, he could fight against the great emperors. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to tear apart the opponent's physique. As expected, Jiuyang's body was violently impacted. Tens of thousands of figures slammed into it, causing the flames on it to dim slightly. Lin Xian's blood boiled. This is not good. This person's bloodline is very strange. Zhong Lingxiu, who was behind him, said. However, Xueqi smiled. Don't worry. My husband's strength is far superior to his. There was no suspense in this battle. Boom! As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, Lin Xian took a step forward. Then, a sword aura appeared from his hand. A sword that split the sky. The biting cold sword light slashed out like a giant dragon. The void was torn apart, and the whole world was split in half. What kind of sword technique is this? Wan Nuying was dumbfounded. Chapter 61-23. Seeing Lin Xian's sword, Wan Nuying was dumbfounded. In his opinion, he should be able to restrain his opponent by using the 10,000 Shadows technique. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. This sword strike caused his hair to stand on end. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it be performed by a quasi-emperor? Even a martial monarch might not be able to execute such a powerful battle tactic. Could this be his opponent's true strength? Thinking of this, Wan Nuying was terrified. I haven't lost yet. I can't be afraid. He roared. Phantom technique. There were thousands of shadows. His opponent might not know which one was the real one. Thinking of this, his real body hid in a corner, while the other clones attacked quickly. Boom! Lin Xian's sword chi fell, making a rumbling sound. The sword split heaven and earth, and the endless starry sky was destroyed. Not only that, but a large number of clones were shattered, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. The 10,000 Shadows technique was broken. The spectators were shocked. Damn it, what a terrifying sword technique! In the corner, Wan Nuying also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit. Although it was not fatal, his face was extremely ugly. The 10,000 Shadows technique was his ultimate technique. Now that it was broken, how could he fight next? He was afraid that he was in trouble. Is this all you've got? After Lin Xian's sword, he glanced at Wan Nuying in the corner and sneered. With this little strength, you still want to chase after me? Are you tired of living? Take out your true ultimate technique. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell with this sword. As Lin Xian spoke, the sword chi in his hand appeared again. This sword had an indestructible power. It seemed to have turned into an azure dragon that danced between heaven and earth. Then, a dragon roar sounded and slashed forward. Boom! The sword chi was weak, and cracks had already appeared on Wan Nuying's body. One could imagine how terrifying this sword was. Damn it! Wan Nuying also roared. Shadow control technique. His palms kept forming seals, and the shadows on his body burst out. At the same time, Lin Xian's shadow seemed to shake. Great, kill them for me. Lin Xian's shadow stood up and rushed towards Lin Xian's arm. This was the shadow control technique, which allowed one to control the shadows of others. This sudden change, if it were any powerhouse, would be frightened and flustered. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. One of his hands pushed backward to block the shadow's attack, while the other hand swung down mercilessly with sword chi. Boom! Sword chi danced in the air, and killing intent filled the sky. After a single sword strike, a blood-curdling scream rang out as Wan Nuying was cleaved in half. He had actually dodged it. When Zhong Lingxiu saw this scene, she was incomparably shocked. She had personally experienced the terror of the 10,000 Nuying. But who would have thought that the other party would lose so miserably? Wan Nuying was indeed miserable. This sword slashed open his body and his soul. The fact that he didn't die immediately was enough to show how powerful his talent was. Even so, he was still trembling incomparably. He discovered that his body, which had been split open, was unable to heal. Was this the power of the great dragon's sword? Damn it, just you wait. Wan Nuying did not dare to fight any more and flew into the distance. In this exchange, he was not a match. However, the Supreme Palace would not let this matter rest. They still had Gui Qianye, who was the true Dao verifier that the Supreme Palace had pushed out. Go back and ask Gui Qianye to kill the other party. You can't escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since the other party dared to chase after Zhong Lingxiu, he had no intention of letting him go back alive. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Wan Nuying fled. He turned into billions of shadows and flew in all directions. As long as one of them escaped, he would be able to live. Let's see how you can stop me. It's a small trick. It's easy to destroy you. Lin Xian stomped his foot, an invisible sword chi spread out in all directions with him as the center. Cosmos sword formation. Heaven and earth were all swords. There was not much else in the universe, but starlight was the most abundant. These starlight turned into starlight swords one after another, slashing in all directions. Billions of shadows were all destroyed. How could? Wan Yuying's final despairing voice rang out. Then, his figure disappeared in the air. He was dead. Another Dao verifier had fallen, easily killed by Lin Xian. So powerful. Zhong Linxiu was also very surprised. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "How strong are you now?" Lin Xian said, "I haven't tried. I don't know the limit. However, I will definitely succeed in this Dao verifier. I have this confidence." Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Next, he said, "Qing Qing, take them back and recover from your injuries. I will continue on my journey." He was not going to wait any longer. He wanted to take the initiative. News of this battle spread. Countless people were in an uproar. Another Dao verifier had fallen. It was too shocking. The Supreme Palace originally had 3 Dao verifiers. Now that Anya had been defeated by Zhong Lingxiu, he no longer had a chance. Wan Yuying was also killed. Only Gui Qianye was left. Some people said that the Supreme Palace was probably done for. Not necessarily. Gui Qianye was very terrifying. He alone could catch up with countless Dao verifiers. However, how could he compare to Lin Xian? How could he compare to Dao Qin? All kinds of discussions were heard. On the other side, a man in white smiled. His name was Gu Han. He was also one of the Dao verifiers. At this moment, when he heard the news of Wan Yuying's death, he said, "Go, let our people take action. Just say that the Supreme Palace will definitely lose. Gui Qianye is no match for them at all." He also praised Lin Wudi. The people on the other side frowned when they heard this. Wasn't this boosting their morale? Gu Han sneered. "What do you know? Gui Qianye was the disciple of the Grim Reaper. He had many trump cards in his hands. If he fought with Dao Qin in advance, the outcome would be hard to say. Even if Dao Qin won, he would probably be injured and consume a lot of energy. At that time, if Lin Wudi attacked, Dao Qin would probably be in trouble. So, they had to let Lin Wudi fight Gui Qianye first. No matter who won or lost, it would not affect Dao Qin at all. Do we need to tell young Master Dao Qin?" someone asked. Gu Han snorted. "No, he will prove his Dao, and I will do mine. At that time, if Gui Qianye and Lin Xian are both injured, he won't bother to do it. I will take this peach. Go, do it beautifully. Don't disappoint me." "Yes." His subordinates quickly took action. Then, Gu Han waved his hand again. Another man walked over. "Let the martial demon and Xinger take action and defeat the other Dao verifiers. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry come." "Understood." The middle-aged man opposite him nodded. He knew that they were going to clear the place. The final battle would probably come soon. After the other party left, Gu Han narrowed his eyes. Although the other side wanted Dao Qin to be the first to prove his Dao in the starry sky. But that didn't mean that he didn't have a chance to make a contribution. If he could cut off Lin Wudi's head, that would be a great contribution. Maybe he would even have a chance to obtain the immortal art. At that time, he would go to the abyss to prove his Dao and become a great emperor. Then, he would cultivate the immortal art. Let's see who is my opponent. Chapter 61-24. 2 pieces of news spread through the starry sky. The first piece of news was that the Supreme Temple had no one left. They would lose without a doubt. They would probably be wiped out. The other piece of news was that Lin Wudi was too strong. He suppressed the Supreme Temple so much that they couldn't raise their heads. They might even live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. These two pieces of news were actually targeted at the Supreme Temple. This news spread throughout the myriad worlds, and countless people were discussing it. This news viciously belittled the Supreme Hall, and even Gui Qianye, to the point of being completely useless. One had to know that he was in existence that could kill a great emperor. However, he was extremely despised. Instead, Lin Xian was praised like a flower. Could it be that Lin Wude was so powerful? Lin Wude was above Gui Qianye? That was unlikely. Were the two of them going to fight? Countless people were excited. On the other side, Dao Chen also received the news. After Dao Chen heard this, he sneered. Gu Han's boring tricks, no wonder he's not strong enough, he's actually scheming. The old man behind him was a great emperor, but he stood beside Dao Chen like a servant. He was speechless after hearing it. Gu Han was weak? He wasn't weak. The other party had a great chance of proving his Dao. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a great emperor in the future. Moreover, the other party liked to scheme and would never let himself fall into danger. The great emperor was worried. He said, Will Gu Han pick the peach? Don't worry, it's fine. Impossible. Dao Chen shook his head slightly. No matter how crafty he is, he's nothing in the face of absolute power. Don't worry about him. Since he's done it, let's wait and see. When the time comes, you can go and watch the battle between Lin Wude and Gui Qianye. The winner will be my final opponent. Dao Chen closed his eyes again. Since this Dao affirmation, he had only made a move twice. The first time, he killed a great emperor. The other time, he defeated Yi Wudao. Next, he would defeat the strongest enemy and succeed in proving his Dao. He didn't want to waste too much time. The great emperor nodded. Okay. In his opinion, his young master's righteous path was absolutely foolproof. Whether it was Lin Wude or Gui Qianye, they were no match for him. Gui Qianye was furious when he heard the news. The raven said, They're going too far. Was this news released by the Divine Union? If they want to die, I'll go and destroy them. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. I also want to see what this Lin Wude is capable of. Gui Qianye was a man wearing black armor. His face was pale, as if he had not seen the sun for many years. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. 3 days later, I will fight him in the Red Lotus Star Ocean. The Dark Crows sent out the news. All the worlds in the universe were shocked. Countless people headed to the Red Lotus Star Ocean. The Red Lotus Star Ocean was one of the star regions in the starry sky of the universe. The sea here was red, and was made up of countless stars. If one were to look at it from far away, it would look like a blooming red lotus. During these 3 days, countless experts activated their teleportation arrays. They would definitely not miss out on this battle. Was the battle about to begin? After the Hidden Emperor Star's people learned of this, they were also extremely excited. Let's go and take a look. The Great Emperor clans and the remote Antiquity clans also took action. The people of the Divine Union also headed over. Even Yi Wudao, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others went. Gu Santong, who had been cultivating in seclusion, also came out and followed the Gu clan leader. There was no other way. This battle was too important. Lin Xian's two strongest enemies were Dao Chen and Gui Qianye. If they won this battle, then the final battle would begin. Let's go too. The Kunping clan's Kunping Zi stood up. The surrounding elders said, Your Highness, your injuries won't last. The Kunping Zi said, I won't die. I can't miss this battle. I think the Qilin Zi must be thinking the same. The two of them had also participated in the Battle of Dao Verification. However, a few days ago, they had met an expert from the Permitha called the Martial Demon. He was extremely powerful and had easily defeated the two of them. Fortunately, they had followed their guardians when they had gone to the Battle of Dao Verification, so they had been able to return alive. Otherwise, the two emperors would have died long ago. 3 days passed very quickly. The Red Lotus Star Ocean was already crowded with people. However, the universe was extremely vast, so it didn't seem crowded at all. This time, in addition to the people from the various worlds, those from the deity land had also come. Some people from the Hadal Serenity had also come. Of course, not many people from the Hadal Serenity had come. It couldn't be helped. The Hadal Serenity was now a battlefield. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Those who could come here were those who felt that there was no hope of competing for the treasures. Instead of being killed in the Hadal Serenity, they might as well come and watch the show. Gui Qianye had arrived early. He stood in the red lotus star ocean, exuding an extremely terrifying murderous intent. Everyone was terrified. Even the great emperors were shocked. This young man was too incredible. The people from the Supreme Hall had also come. The Nether Venerable and the others stood there. Buzz! At this moment, they looked up at the sky. Were the people from the Permitha here? They saw an old man in the void riding an auspicious cloud. The immortal chi on his body flickered incomparably. Greetings, fellow Taoists, the old man said with a smile. It turned out to be Great Emperor Bailey. The people from the Supreme Hall also greeted him. The Nether Venerable said coldly, "Those rumors were spread by the Permitha, right? What, are you planning to kill with a borrowed knife?" Dao Chen also had times when he was afraid? Great Emperor Bailey laughed. This matter had nothing to do with young Master Dao Chen. You should worry about Gui Qianye first. Lin Wude was not simple. He was the successor of the Great Dragon. So what? The people from the Supreme Hall snorted coldly. Qianye is the disciple of the Spectre God. His trump cards are not weaker than his. Besides, the Great Dragon's sword had already been broken back then. It was just a sword soul, and it was not at its peak. Obviously, the Supreme Hall was very confident. Great Emperor Bailey did not say anything. He stood there with his hands behind his back, silently watching the battle. More and more people came around. The people from the Hidden Emperor planet had also come. The people from the Divine Union had also come. However, they did not see Lin Xian's figure. Countless people were discussing. The crows sneered. Where is Lin Wude? The time has come. Does he not dare to come? Such trash dares to prove his Tao? The powerhouses from the Supreme Hall sneered. Everyone was in an uproar. The people from the Divine Union frowned. Yuido said, "Don't worry. Don't you know Brother Lin's strength? How could he be afraid?" Indeed, those who were familiar with Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. His Tao was to press forward courageously. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resounded between heaven and earth. Then, a figure that looked like a sun god walked over from afar. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the crowd. Lin Xian looked at the crow and snorted again. His voice was like thunder. The crow looked as if he had been struck by lightning. You! His expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was terrified. The people who had mocked him were directly torn into a bloody mist by this power. Chapter 61-25. Lin Wude, how dare you sneak attack me? Dark Crow roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Were you challenging me just now? Why don't we have a fight first? I don't mind killing you in one move. Lin Xian's voice was extremely cold, which surprised countless people. He was too arrogant. He attacked Dark Crow as soon as he came up. However, the top powerhouses were astonished. The Emperor Lord, in particular, was frowning. Dark Crow was also a top powerhouse, and he was very strong among the Tao confirmations. But now, he couldn't even stop Lin Xian's voice. How strong was this Lin Wude? Gui Qianye also frowned. Dark Crow, stand down. Let me fight today. Dark Crow snorted and retreated. To be honest, even if Gui Qianye didn't say anything, he didn't plan to fight. He couldn't help it. The voice just now really scared him. This Lin Wude was really a little scary. Gui Qianye had met his match. However, he still believed in Gui Qianye. You're Lin Wudi? You're really strong. Gui Qianye's eyes fell on Lin Xian. There seemed to be black flames dancing in his eyes. It was breathtaking. You're not good. Let's fight. Don't waste my time, Lin Xian said coldly. Countless people were in an uproar. Not good? This guy looked down on Gui Qianye? The Supremes of the Supremes of the Supreme Hall also furrowed their brows. The Nether Venerable snorted. He's as arrogant as ever, another Supreme said. Just wait. He'll kneel on the ground and beg for mercy later. Qianye, don't hold back. Kill him and let him know the power of the Supreme Palace. Gui Qianye snorted. Let me see what right you have to call yourself invincible. After saying that, he threw out a punch. His palm was abnormally white, like white jade. However, there were black flames dancing on it. These were ghost flames, formed by the corpses of countless powerhouses after they died. They had a cold aura. A light touch could take away a person's life. Lin Xian struck out with 9 yang divine palm. The incomparably vast palm contained the power of the purest yang. It was as if the sun and the moon were clashing with one another. The entire sky cracked open in an instant. How terrifying! Retreat! The red lotus starry sea surged with thousands of waves, while the others retreated in horror. Was this the highest level battle of Dao corroboration? It was too unbelievable. Lin Wudi was extremely powerful, and Gui Qianye had once killed a great emperor. When the two of them exchanged blows, it would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Kunping Zi, Qilin Zi, and the others turned pale. They were unable to dodge such an attack. Even Zhong Lingxiu heaved a sigh. The gap between them was really huge. Off to the side, Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. He couldn't tell. The strength of these two people was about the same. Only the top experts would be able to see it clearly. As for those people, they couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see two figures colliding with each other like lightning. Each time, it tore open the sea of stars and created an endless black hole. Kill! Gui Qianye roared angrily. He formed a strange seal with his palms and descended from the sky. Thousands of ghosts roared, making people's souls tremble. On the other side, Lin Xian threw out the 9 suns' divine fist. 9 suns surrounded his fist, illuminating the entire red lotus starry sea. After one blow, the two figures quickly retreated. They stood on the sea of stars and confronted each other. Terrifying cracks appeared all around them. So exciting. So dazzling. Countless people exclaimed. It was really sad to be born in the same era as such a genius. Because the light of the other geniuses had been taken away. Lin Xian, you're just SOSO. You're not invincible among your peers. Gui Qianye's cold voice sounded. Today, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. The reputation you made before is just a wedding dress for me. Everything that you have is mine. Lin Xian laughed. You! What a big talk. Just now was just a warm-up. Next I'll show my true strength. I hope you can still laugh. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the Qiankun sword technique flew out. The sea of stars around him shook rapidly. Countless starry ocean swords flew out and slashed toward Gui Qianye. These attacks were so sudden that Gui Qianye didn't have time to react. However, he was a top expert after all. He had killed a great emperor as a quasi-emperor. At the critical moment he roared. 1,000 ghost armor! Boom! Endless bad luck appeared on his body, forming an armor that was incomparably black. The ghost heads on it roared and blocked the starlight in the sky. Not only that, these ghost heads even swallowed the sword chi. Lin Xian, it's useless. No matter how strong your sword technique is, so what? I'm not afraid of you at all. Gui Qianye's body swayed, turned into a cloud of black smoke, and flew over. At the same time, 2 ghost heads appeared in his hands and bit at Lin Xian. Many people gasped. Previously, these ghost heads had bitten off a great emperor's bone. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Smack! Lin Xian took a step forward, his aura devouring mountains and rivers, and slapped out with his palm. he slapped on one of the ghost heads. The ghost head was directly smacked out of shape. At the same time, his right Rinnegan released the fire of reincarnation and hit the other ghost head. That ghost head screamed and emitted black smoke. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying technique was broken. Lin Xian was so powerful! Everyone was shocked. The people in the deity ground also gasped. Who would be able to suppress him? Those from the Supreme Hall looked gloomy. However, they weren't worried. Gui Qianye's strength was not limited to this. Sure enough, after the two ghost heads were broken, Gui Qianye didn't have much of a reaction. He formed a seal with one hand, and 5 silver rays of light appeared beside him and flew forward in an instant. The soul-seizing needles. The 5 silver needles arrived in front of Lin Xian and pierced into Lin Xian's glabella and limbs. In the next moment, Lin Xian froze in midair as if he had been frozen in place. Boom! Gui Qianye slapped Lin Xian with his palm and sent Lin Xian flying. The sea of stars rolled, and Lin Xian fell into the sea. What's going on? Why did Lin Xian stop? Oh no, a small mistake in a battle between masters could lead to defeat. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the Hidden Emperor planet were also shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others frowned. Could it be related to those silver needles? Xueqi had become a great emperor. Her soul was stronger than Qingqing and Yan Ryu's. So she said, "Yes, those 5 silver needles seem to have frozen my husband's soul." The situation was not good. Many people were worried. On the other side, Anya sneered when he saw this. The soul-seizing needles had appeared. Lin Xian, just wait for your death. After Gui Qianye succeeded, he didn't hesitate at all and continued to attack. He tore apart the sea of stars in the sky. His terrifying palm fell mercilessly. Thousands of ghosts roared. Countless ghosts rushed into the sea of stars, trying to devour Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Gui Qianye's pupils shrank. He quickly dodged. However, it was too late. The void behind him cracked, and a big golden foot appeared. Then, he stepped on his back fiercely. Chapter 61-26. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Everyone gasped. This sound was clearly transmitted to their ears. One could imagine how heavy this kick was. Gui Qianye's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground. However, he quickly tapped his foot on the ground and quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Lin Xian. Then, 5 ghost heads appeared on his body and began to devour the power of the sea of stars. They healed the crack on his back. The broken bones quickly healed. His face turned pale, as if he had become even paler. You can break the soul-seizing needle in such a short time. This is really beyond my expectations. Indeed, he had been careless. In his opinion, after being hit by his soul-seizing needle, the other party couldn't move at all. But who would have thought that the other party would dodge in an instant and injure him instead? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You underestimate the 9-yang divine body. It's not so easy to break the 9-yang divine body. His soul was indeed restricted just now, but it was broken in an instant. The 9-yang divine body directly shattered the soul-seizing needle. I see. I underestimated you. Gui Qianye's expression became serious. It seemed that he had to show some of his true abilities. After that, he waved his hand. Come out, Thousand Soul Tower! The void cracked, and the sea of stars tumbled. A large crack appeared. In the crack, a pitch-black pagoda crossed the realm. The yin qi on it was extremely terrifying, making everyone's hair stand on end. What is this? Countless people exclaimed. The crow was shocked. This is the Thousand Soul Tower. Has it reached this point? It seemed that Gui Qianye didn't intend to hold back. This Lin Woody was really terrifying. To be honest, the other party could dodge the soul-seizing needle, which was also beyond his expectations. However, in his opinion, once the Thousand Soul Tower appeared, it should be over. After the black pagoda came out, it floated in front of Guiqianye. Countless angry roars could be heard from above. Guiqianye said, "Open!" With a wave of his hand, he opened the 1,000-soul tower. Then, the ghosts rushed out. These souls were the souls of the strong. After death, they continued to cultivate. At this moment, he had become incomparably powerful. As soon as they appeared, they swept through the surroundings. The entire sky instantly darkened. Guiqianye said, "Lin Xian, I know you have Rinnegan. So I want to see how far you have cultivated your Rinnegan. How far have you reached? Is it possible to reincarnate my 1,000 fighting souls?" With that, he waved his hand and the thousands of fighting souls in the 1,000 Souls Pagoda flew out. Each and every one of them looked down on the world and possessed unparalleled power. Once over 1,000 fighting souls appeared, it was an extremely terrifying force. Just that voice alone was enough to make one's soul tremble and feel like it was about to split open. The spectating martial monarchs worked together to form a defensive barrier that enveloped the others, isolating them from the force. Otherwise, this sound alone would be enough to kill the spectators. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the red lotus star sea and bore the brunt of it. His face darkened. 6 paths of reincarnation. With a low shout, the Rinnegan bloomed with brilliance, and the phantoms of 6 worlds surrounded him. He was like the god of 6 paths. At the same time, he stepped in the air and said loudly, "Since you are already dead, you should not exist in this world. Go to reincarnation." Buzz. As soon as his voice fell, the 6 paths world rapidly expanded and enveloped the world. Then, the two forces collided. The fighting souls attacked wildly, trying to tear the 6 paths world apart. The 6 paths world kept crushing the fighting souls, trying to reincarnate them. Both of them had peerless divine abilities. Who was the stronger one? The intense battle caused Lin Xian's forehead to drip with sweat. Guiqianye's face became paler. He clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, such a battle consumed a lot of energy because the 1,000 Souls Pagoda was an ultimate technique. Lin Xian's Rinnegan was the same. Although the power of reincarnation was terrifying, he could not consume too much energy. However, these 1,000 fighting souls had been tempered for thousands of years. They were even more ancient. Therefore, he could not hold back anymore. He snorted and summoned the phantom of the reincarnation sword. The 6 paths world released a terrifying power. Then, heaven and earth were split open. The phantom of the reincarnation sword slashed down. In an instant, it enveloped the 1,000 fighting souls. As soon as it landed, the fighting souls in front of it screamed. Their bodies were torn apart by the sword chi. They screamed in agony. The phantom of the reincarnation sword appeared. Countless people exclaimed. The great emperors were envious. The reincarnation sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. Although it was only an illusion, the power it possessed was still capable of shaking heaven and earth. Guiqianye would not be able to block it. Zhong Lingxiu said, "That's great. Lin Xian, you can do it." Gu Santong also cheered him on. Great Emperor Bailey narrowed his eyes when he saw this. The reincarnation sword? This kid is really lucky. He even has the power of the reincarnation sword. But so what? Neither the great dragon sword nor the reincarnation sword were complete. Dao Chun was the son of the sword immortal. He cultivated an extremely terrifying and peerless sword technique. He was definitely not weaker than the opponent. In fact, he was even stronger. Thinking of this, Great Emperor Bailey was relieved. Soon, he snorted coldly. Moreover, this time, Lin Wudy would not be able to leave. No matter if he won or lost, he would definitely die. Slash. The phantom of the reincarnation sword kept falling. The seed of divine flame on Lin Xian's body spun rapidly. The 1,000 fighting souls in front of him were extremely miserable. They were about to be turned into ashes. Guiqianye's face turned ugly. The reincarnation sword. But so what? Life and death were in his hands. All ghosts would submit to him. In Guiqianye's hand was a piece of black paper. It seemed to be made of some kind of metal. It was very mysterious. As soon as he took it out, the 1,000 fighting souls that were about to be turned into ashes suddenly received the support of power. They actually reappeared between heaven and earth. The 1,000 fighting souls roared together. They resisted the phantom of the reincarnation sword together. How could this be? The old phoenix exclaimed. The patriarch of the Yi clan also gasped. He actually blocked it. This was the power of the reincarnation sword. Murong Qingqing frowned. There was something wrong with that piece of paper. Even this thing was taken out. Great Emperor Bailey's eyelids also twitched wildly. The Supreme Palace was really ruthless. Fortunately, he let Lin Wuyi fight with them in advance. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to let Dao Chun fight with Gui Qianye directly. Great, it appeared. The Supreme Masters of the Supreme Palace laughed. Once the Book of Life and Death was out, who could stop it? Life and death were in their hands. Lin Xian also frowned. You also have the Book of Life and Death? Kid, you're quite knowledgeable. You even know about the Book of Life and Death. That's right, now the Book of Life and Death is under my control. No matter how strong your reincarnation sword is, it's just a phantom. How can it compete with the Book of Life and Death? Today, I will kill you with my own hands. Then I will capture your soul and refine it into a ghost king. I will make you submit to me forever. Chapter 61:27. Gui Qianye, who had taken out the Book of Life and Death, was extremely powerful. He controlled thousands of fighting souls and moved quickly. These thousands of fighting souls seemed to have merged into one. They were extremely powerful. Even the phantom image of the Samsara sword started to sway. Lin Xian, you can't do it. I'm the strongest. The divine fire seed on Gui Qianye's body jumped, showing signs of a breakthrough. The people from the Paragon Hall were overjoyed when they saw this. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were nervous. Damn Gui Qianye! Is he going to break through? Don't worry, it's not that simple, Xueqi said. She was very clear about Lin Xian's strength. The people of the other monarch races also said, the power of the Samsara sword is not enough. However, Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul. He hadn't used the power of the dragon sword yet. Yes, it wasn't the last moment yet. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian was going to use the power of the great dragon sword. However, they guessed wrong. Lin Xian smiled. The Book of Life and Death? Humph, do you think you can resist my Samsara sword with the Book of Life and Death? You're too naive. After saying that, Lin Xian also took out a fragment of the Samsara sword. As soon as this fragment appeared, it merged with the phantom of the Samsara sword. Slash! With a roar, the Samsara sword shone brightly, as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword, and fell down fiercely. The thousands of fighting souls were immediately cut in half. Otherwise, the sword would have hit the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death shook violently. Gui Qianye felt as if he had been struck by lightning. 3 cracks appeared on one of his arms, and he almost lost his grip on the Book of Life and Death. How is this possible? He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The phantom of the Samsara sword had been restrained by him. How could it become so powerful in an instant? The faces of the Supremes of the Supreme Palace also changed drastically. Damn it, what is that? They all stared at the front. The Bailey Emperor also gasped. Could it be that the fragment is the Samsara sword Dao? He has collected the fragments of the Samsara sword. This guy actually had such a trump card. Hearing this, the others were all shocked. A fragment of the Samsara sword. No wonder. It was no wonder that the reincarnation sword's prowess increased exponentially the moment it was taken out. It was actually a fragment of the Samsara sword. Gui Qianye was also gnashing his teeth. His broken arm quickly recovered. He snorted and said, It's just a fragment. What's there to be arrogant about? On the other side, Lin Xian walked over with his sword in hand. He also said, You're just a page of the book of life and death, not everything. Therefore, using the shard against you is enough. Next, he continued to swing the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword shards and the reincarnation sword shadows kept falling. Gui Qianye activated the Book of Life and Death to block the attack. The two of them clashed again, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! The Samsara sword slashed out. This time, it hit Gui Qianye's left arm. Gui Qianye didn't have time to dodge. His left arm instantly drooped down. There were no cracks on it, but it could no longer be used because the sword had severed the soul of the left arm. Damn it! Gui Qianye roared and attacked crazily. The Book of Life and Death turned into a ray of black light. He engraved Lin Xian's name on it. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He felt the blood in his body weaken a lot, as if his life was draining away. There were white hairs on his head. It was terrifying. Everyone was terrified. The Samsara sword could sever the soul, and the Book of Life and Death could seize life and death. Both of them were extremely terrifying things. He wondered who was stronger between the two of them. The spectators were dumbfounded. They were extremely excited. Such a battle was rare even in 10,000 years. After a few moves, both of them were injured. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Gui Qianye's face was a little ugly. To be honest, if it were another great emperor, they would have died long ago. Indeed, he had killed a great emperor with the power of the Book of Life and Death. But now, he couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Instead, he was injured more and more. Once his soul was severed by the Samsara sword, it would be very difficult for it to heal again. I don't believe that your blood and life are limitless. Gui Qianye gritted his teeth. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into a skeleton even if his soul was injured. Kill! With a roar, he controlled the Book of Life and Death with one hand. On the other hand, Gui Qianye activated the 1,000-soul pagoda again. The 1,000-soul pagoda opened and released 1,000 war souls. Although they were killed, the 1,000-soul pagoda was still a treasure. The 1,000-soul pagoda flew back and landed on top of his head. It lowered its aura to block the power of the Samsara sword. At the same time, the myriad ghost armor appeared on his body. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill everyone this time. The Samsara sword struck the 1,000-soul pagoda. The 1,000-soul pagoda shook and blocked a lot of the power of the Samsara sword. Great, it's working. Lin Wuди, go to hell. Gui Qianye quickly attacked. Lin Xian snorted. Heaven-defying sword technique. Then sword chi gathered in his left hand again. In addition to the Samsara sword, he used other sword techniques. Boom! This attack caused the 1,000 souls pagoda to tremble. Damn it! Gui Qianye's face turned ugly. He had to end this quickly because Lin Xian hadn't used the power of the dragon sword soul yet. He quickly rushed over and wanted to stick the page of the Book of Life and Death on Lin Xian. Once it stuck, Lin Xian would die. Even a great emperor couldn't escape. Looking at Gui Qianye rushing over, Lin Xian sneered. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. Myriad sword convergence. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi appeared on his body and slashed in all directions with him as the center. Gui Qianye activated the myriad ghost armor to block it. He was very confident in his armor. Countless ghost heads began to bite the sword chi. However, this time, Lin Xian used the power of the dragon sword soul. The sword chi became even sharper and more indestructible. It pierced through all the ghosts. Kata snorted. Cracks appeared on the myriad ghost armor. Ah! Gui Qianye let out a miserable cry and quickly hid in the 1,000-soul pagoda. However, the power of the dragon sword soul was too terrifying. However, the myriad ghost armor and the 1,000-soul pagoda should be enough. If he couldn't block it, he could die. It seemed that Gui Qianye was going all out. Seeing this from afar, Anya's heart was in his mouth. This time, Lin Wudi couldn't block it. Just as Zhang Xian had expected, the sword chi of the myriad swords convergence struck the 1,000-soul pagoda. However, it didn't hurt Gui Qianye. Gui Qianye heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he would fight the Samsara sword with all his strength. First, he would knock away the Samsara sword, then use the Book of Life and Death to take his life. Buzz! At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His entire being seemed to have turned into a human-shaped divine dragon. He instantly tore open the void and charged forward. In an instant, he entered the Thousand-Soul Pagoda. Damn it, how did you do it? Gui Qianye was going crazy. The Thousand-Soul Pagoda was his weapon. Without his permission, who could enter? Even the great emperors couldn't enter. But this guy entered in an instant. Lin Xian smiled. My power is invincible. Where can I not go? It's just the Thousand-Soul Pagoda. I want to see how you can withstand my sword qi. Chapter 61-28. Boom! After entering the Thousand-Soul Tower, Lin Xian continued to attack. The heaven-defying sword technique flew out and turned into 4 divine beasts, rushing forward. Gui Qianye resisted with all his might. However, he couldn't resist the sword energy with the 10,000 ghost armor alone. Therefore, he was sent flying in an instant. With a cracking sound, the bones in his body caved in deeply. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his internal organs were severely injured. Damn it, he miscalculated. Gui Qianye went crazy. Now that he was in the Thousand-Soul Tower, he couldn't escape at all. As long as Lin Xian filled the entire Thousand-Soul Tower with sword energy, he wouldn't be able to dodge. No, he had to get out quickly. Gui Qianye had a headache. He really didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. He ran as fast as he could towards the outside. The people watching the battle outside were also stunned. Where did Lin Xian go? Even the people from the Supreme Hall were stunned. The Bailey Emperor said, That kid seems to have entered the Thousand-Soul Tower. That's impossible. The Dark Crow roared. The Tower of 1,000 Souls is still an extreme-grade weapon, isn't it? How could it let an outsider go in so easily? However, those utmost exalted were frowning deeply. Look, the terrifying sword energy coming from the Thousand-Soul Tower. Perhaps that was the case. Not long after, a figure flew out of the Thousand-Soul Tower in a sorry state. Who was it? They looked carefully and then sucked in a breath of cold air. It was Gui Qianye. Gui Qianye was extremely miserable. His body was stained with blood, and white bones could be seen in many places. Otherwise, one of his arms would have disappeared without a trace. Seeing this miserable state, everyone gasped. It hurt to look at him like this. Ah! Gui Qianye roared to the sky as if he had gone crazy. The surrounding spectators all cried out in alarm and retreated. Some young people couldn't retreat in time and were pierced by the blood on Gui Qianye's body. In an instant, they turned into ashes. The others felt their hair stand on end. Was the blood on this guy so terrifying? No matter how much you shout, it's useless. Your strength is only SOSO. You're not my match. Lin Xian walked out of the Thousand-Soul Tower, his body filled with sword energy. Even though he was injured, he was still in a much better condition than Gui Qianye. Not only that, but the divine flame seed on his body was also pulsating non-stop. From the looks of it, there were signs of a breakthrough. Damn it, suppress it! Gui Qianye roared. The Thousand Souls Pagoda continued to grow in size until it was the size of an ancient mountain that came crashing down from the sky. Immortal Technique, 5 Elements Sword. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left hand. He raised his hand and 5 streams of sword qi transformed into a 5 elements diagram, instantly blocking the Thousand Souls Pagoda. Boom! The Thousand Souls Pagoda was sent flying and landed in the Red Lotus Star Sea. Everyone was stunned, not because of Lin Xian's power, but because of the celestial technique. Why does this guy have immortal qi on him? Even Gui Qianye was dumbfounded. Previously, he could clearly sense that the power in his opponent's body was the power of the seed of divine fire. The other party was the same as him, walking the divine path. Yet now, his opponent had unleashed an immortal technique. This was the power of his immortal chi seed. The other party had actually also cultivated the immortal Tao. What nonsense! Seeing this, the Bailey Emperor snorted coldly. Everyone's energy was limited. They couldn't even reach a high level in a single Tao, let alone cultivate both the divine and immortal Taos together. And this kid still wasn't willing to give up on one of them. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to break through both Taos at the same time? What a joke! No one had ever succeeded in doing so. The people from the Supreme Hall furrowed their brows tightly. This guy was a madman. On the other side, there were a few figures standing in the endless void. They were the Iron Blood Emperor, the Empress, and others from the realm of the gods. How could they not come to such a shocking battle between Lin Xian and Gui Qianye? They had to be on guard against those old monsters from the Otherworld Heavenly Palace and the Supreme Palace. However, they didn't show themselves. Instead, they watched the battle in the dark. The Iron Blood Emperor said, "Kid, you still have to take this step." The Empress said, "He might have a chance. After all, the Black-Yellow Pagoda and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda appeared together. This is his best chance. Perhaps he really could succeed." Although she said that, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. Below, in the Red Lotus Heart Sea, Gui Qianye was also dumbfounded. It took him a long time to react. He exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Are you trying to become an immortal? Are you kidding me?" Lin Xian said, "You can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. I want to become an immortal." Now, there was no need to hide anything. After defeating his opponent and Dao Qin, Lin Xian would reach the realm of the gods. At that time, his divine fire and immortal qi would reach the realm of the gods. Everyone could see him. There was no need to hide anything. Stupid. No one had ever succeeded. There were a few crazy people in ancient times, but they all died without exception. And they died so miserably that they didn't even have the chance to be resurrected, let alone be reborn. Even if there were earth immortals in the realm of the gods, if you really took this step, your soul would be destroyed. Rebirth? I will succeed this time, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He knew that after a great emperor died, he didn't necessarily die. He had some heaven-defying methods. For example, didn't his father come back to life? And that demon emperor could come back to life after death. There must be someone on the Nirvana realm who used this method. But Lin Xian really didn't plan to use this method. If he didn't succeed this time, he would die. Ha 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 ha, Linwoody, you are really an idiot. Gui Qianye seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Do you think you can surpass the ancients? So many powerful people in ancient times failed. How can you succeed? How can I fight a lunatic like you? I don't even need to do anything. You will die if you reach the realm of the gods. Not going to fight? You don't dare to fight, do you? In this starry sky, only one person can reach the realm of the gods in an era. Since you don't dare, kneel down obediently and be my stepping stone. Lin Xian's voice was getting louder and louder. His aura was constantly erupting. He used a divine skill in his right hand and an immortal technique in his left. He slashed forward with both swords. You are courting death. Did he really look down on him? Gui Qianye was also angry. He was also a peerless genius. If it weren't for this special realm of the gods, he would have been a great emperor. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, he also roared angrily and charged out again. But after dozens of moves, he was beaten back again. 2 sword marks appeared on his body. One hurt his soul, and the other hurt his meridians. He was covered in blood. Half of his body couldn't move. Moreover, the power of the reincarnation sword and the great dragon sword made his recovery very slow. It was probably impossible for him to return to his peak state in an instant. Damn it! He hurriedly took out some treasures and swallowed them. He swallowed a few black pills. He also crazily absorbed the power of all the realms. But how could Lin Xian give him a chance? Before the other party could recover, he slashed out with 2 more swords. This time, Gui Qianye's body was completely smashed into pieces. His qi and blood fell to the freezing point in an instant. Oh no! The faces of the people from the Supreme Hall changed drastically. He lost. This time, Gui Qianye was really defeated. Hurry up and attack. In an instant, several 9 Heavens Supremes rushed over. Chapter 61-29. The Supremes who were watching the battle from afar could no longer hold back when they saw the scene before them. They quickly made their moves. Some went to save Gui Qianye, while others went to kill Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian clashed with a Supreme Being and slashed forward with his sword. With a boom, that Supreme Being was sent flying. Lin Xian also took 2 steps back, his blood boiling. The surrounding people were stunned. This sudden change was beyond their expectations. Behind them, the Divine Union people roared. Despicable! Shuiqi rushed over, a powerful icy aura erupting from her body. The other people's expressions changed drastically. Did the Supreme Being Hall break the rules and attack? Lin Xian's expression was also extremely cold. If they wanted to fight, he would accompany them to the end. He roared angrily and rushed forward. Since the other party didn't follow the rules, then they couldn't blame him. The one who had attacked him was called the Great Demon Supreme Being. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. He had been sent flying by a sword. Damn it! Now, he roared even more angrily. This was because he realized that the other party was actually rushing towards him again. Damn it, do you really think that I can't beat you? He transformed into a terrifying demonic beast and rushed forward. The other Supreme Beings also roared and attacked. Gui Qianye was severely injured. It would be difficult for him to recover, let alone become a great emperor. How could they be willing to accept this? In an instant, a great battle broke out. Shuiqi rushed over. Xia Jiuyo also attacked. These 2 were great emperors, so their attacks were earth-shattering. The Divine Union people also attacked. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and it was very shocking. Lin Xian's sword energy danced, slashing the Great Demon Supreme Being and forcing him to retreat. The other party was no match for him at all. After sending the other party flying, Lin Xian turned around again. He stared at Gui Qianye. He said loudly, "He lost the Dao verification battle, so I plan to stop. However, since you guys are so reckless, then there's no need for him to live." After saying that, he rushed over. "How dare you!" Nether Supreme Being roared. What was the other party trying to do? They wanted to kill him. Did they think that he didn't exist? He took the Book of Life and Death and unleashed a terrifying power. However, Lin Xian blocked it with the fragments of the Samsara sword. At the same time, he unleashed his universe ring. With a clang, a golden light flew out and Gui Qianye was torn to pieces. Ah! An incomparably miserable voice could be heard. "Save me!" He let out a terrified sound. "Save your grandpa! Go to hell!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. The power of the great dragon sword soul surged forth, and with a wave of its hand, over 100 surges of dragon-shaped sword chi shrouded the other party's shattered body. Damn it, get out of here! The Netherworld Sovereign and the others quickly rushed forward and attacked Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he used the strength of his divine body to resist the attack. Cracks seemed to have appeared on his 9-yang divine body. Golden blood rolled down. But so what? Lin Xian received the blow and was slightly injured. In the end, Gui Qianye was completely killed. Was he dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Gui Qianye would die. After all, he was in existence who had once killed a great emperor. The Supremes roared crazily. Gui Qianye was the disciple of the demon god. They couldn't accept the fact that he died just like that. One had to know that even a great emperor couldn't kill Gui Qianye. Gui Qianye's strength was incomparably powerful. There was also the 1,000-soul pagoda, the 1,000-ghost armor, and more importantly, the Book of Life and Death. With so many terrifying treasures, even 2 great emperors couldn't kill him. But now, he was killed by Lin Xian. Kill him and avenge his highness. The other utmost exalted were also enraged. They all rushed toward Lin Xian. Not only these supremes, but the others also did the same. Even the Dark Crow received the order and had to take action. Do you really think we exist? The Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others roared and rushed over. They had been waiting for a long time. The battle was extremely terrifying. The experts from both sides fought fiercely, and the entire Red Lotus Star Ocean seemed to be overturned. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Xia Jiuyo, Xueqi, and the others were sent flying. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Damn it, this is the power of an Earth Immortal. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian shouted and quickly retreated. From the endless void, a gigantic pitch-black hand with an unparalleled amount of death energy slapped down viciously. Everyone was terrified, and they fled crazily. The entire Red Lotus Starry Sea was instantly smashed into pieces. Even before the palm landed, its aura alone was enough to kill a martial monarch. Everyone was stunned. This was a power that surpassed the Great Emperor. Then, was it an Earth Immortal? An Earth Immortal had actually made a move. Nether Sovereign and the others roared. You killed the Grim Reaper's disciple. The Grim Reaper won't let you go. The other scalps went numb. What? Gui Qianya was the Grim Reaper's disciple. No wonder he was so terrifying. It's over. Lin Wuyi is doomed. No matter how strong he is, he can't stop an Earth Immortal, right? Boom! At this critical moment, an endless black hole appeared in the sky, connecting into a black longsword. The sword blocked the Grim Reaper's hand. In the next moment, an old voice sounded. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. In the distance, the Grim Reaper's voice sounded. Wine Sword Immortal, it seems that you have recovered. However, I want to see if you have truly recovered to your peak. After saying that, the aura of death swept over like the sea. However, countless black vortexes in the sky kept sweeping. The two collided. The 2 Earth Immortals rushed into the endless void. They also fought fiercely. Boundless divine power surged forth, causing everyone to be alarmed. Was it blocked? The people of the Supreme Palace had ugly expressions. They didn't expect Lin Xian's side to be so well prepared. Lin Xian no longer had anything to worry about. With a cold laugh, he sent a supreme martial artist flying with a single punch. In the next moment, he turned around and slashed. This sword directly split open Crow's body. Crow turned into countless crows and flew in all directions. It was extremely miserable. They had to escape quickly. But how could the other party escape? In the sky, an eye of heaven looked down with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. All the crows were suppressed. Boom! The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated like a huge millstone that could destroy heaven and earth, instantly shattering the crows in the sky. Ah! Crow screamed miserably, his body and soul were destroyed. Damn it! The people of the Supreme Palace had all gone crazy. They were even more ruthless. Lin Xian was not afraid. In fact, the more he fought, the braver he became. The other people's faces were pale. They didn't know what the outcome of this battle would be. However, from the looks of it, Lin Wuyi shouldn't be in any danger, right? In the distance, Great Emperor Bailey, who was silently watching the battle, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The Supreme Palace couldn't help but make a move, but it seemed that it would be very difficult to succeed. Thinking of this, he glanced at the void in the distance. He could naturally feel that Gu Han was there. This sinister guy should be unable to hold back and make a move soon. Sure enough, Gu Han was hiding in the void. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up. Good opportunity. Xinger, martial demon, you two can make a move. Chapter 6130. Hearing Gu Han's words, two more figures appeared in the void. One was a woman surrounded by starlight, like a goddess of the Star Palace. The other was a man with black hair and a cold expression. The demonic aura on this person was very terrifying. He was called Wuemo. Both of them were also Tao Vindicators recommended by Bai, and hearing Gu Han's words, he said, "Remember the conditions you promised us. After the matter is done, you must fulfill them. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Wuemo said coldly. Gu Han smiled. "Don't worry, am I such an untrustworthy person? That's good." Xing'er also snorted coldly. In the next moment, the two of them attacked. Lin Xian and the others were still fighting in front of them. Lin Xian swept in all directions. His sword chi was extremely surging. Those Supremes were also beaten until their arms were numb. Damn it! Among them, a few Supremes had already broken through the seal and reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm. The Nether Sovereign was one of them. He roared angrily, holding a black spear in his hand, and fought. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. The current Lin Wudi was really too strong. He had the Immortal Qi Seed and the Divine Fire Seed on him. He was no match for the Immortal Qi and Divine Ability at the same time. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people on their side, he wouldn't be able to suppress the other party with his own strength. At this moment, suddenly he felt his hair stand on end. He felt two extremely terrifying forces suddenly appear beside him. This made him crazy. Were the people from the God Realm assassinating him? How many great emperors had the God Realm sent? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that these two attacks only came to his side, but not to him. Instead, they were attacking Lin Wudi in front of him. Who was it? They were from the Supreme Palace. No, the people from the Supreme Palace were all stopped. Could it be Bayan? Damn it, these guys finally made a move. Just as he was thinking about this, two figures appeared. They were a man and a woman. Among them, a vast star appeared in the woman's hand. She slashed down with her sword. Endless starlight exploded, and the sword was pointed at Lin Xian. Boom! The other person was a black-haired man. His expression was ice-cold, and the demonic aura around him was monstrous. He didn't use any weapons. A black fist tore through the air and headed straight for Lin Xian's head. These two people were the Tao verifiers of the Nirvana realm. When the Netherworld Sovereign saw this scene, he laughed out instantly. Facing such a sneak attack, even if Lin Wudi didn't die, he would be seriously injured. In short, there was only one outcome for the other party, and that was death. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the others cried out in surprise when they saw this. The expressions of the great emperor clans who were watching the battle from afar changed drastically. There were still people, and two of them were extremely terrifying. When Kunping Zi and Qilin Zi saw this scene, they exclaimed, "It's him! It's the Tao Vindicator from the Nirvana realm!" When the others heard this, they were stunned. Did Higan make a move too? Then wouldn't Lin Xian be in extreme danger? Even though the others wanted to make a move at this moment, it was already too late. Lin Xian frowned. The sudden appearance of these two people was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he also thought that Higan would definitely make a move in such a situation. He just didn't know who the enemy was. Now that he saw these two people, he snorted coldly. Endless divine fire gathered into the 9-yang divine sword and slashed toward the starry sky. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left hand. Boundless demonic qi danced on his palm as well. Boom! His fist collided with the other party's fist, causing a loud boom. After the collision, Lin Xian was forced to take a few steps back. However, the two of them were knocked flying. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Cracks actually appeared on their bodies. How was this possible? Both of them were dumbfounded. Their sneak attack didn't hurt the other party, but they were injured instead. Had Lin Wudi become so terrifying? It was resolved. Murong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Solitary Frost's expression darkened as he watched the battle. Trash, Lin Woody could kill Gui Qianye. You two didn't use your ultimate techniques when you attacked. You were too careless. He was furious. What were these two guys thinking? Xing'er and Martial Demon's expressions were ugly. Although they had attacked with their full strength, it wasn't their ultimate technique. To be honest, they were too careless. In their opinion, Lin Woody shouldn't have much strength left in the battle with Gui Qianye. He couldn't block their attacks at all. Not to mention, there were still elites from the Supreme Hall around. However, in that instant, Lin Xian seemed to have recovered his strength. How was this possible? Did he take some kind of elixir? Their guess was right. Lin Xian had indeed used up a lot of energy when he defeated Gui Qianye. After all, Gui Qianye was a true expert. However, these people didn't expect him to have the ancient land. In that instant, Lin Xian swallowed some divine spring of life and recovered his strength. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The people of the otherworld Heavenly King couldn't help but attack. However, the people they sent are too trash. I thought they would send at least a few great emperors. I didn't expect it to be only the two of you. What did you say? Xing and Martial Demon were furious. Was he looking down on them? Lin Xian snorted. What? Am I wrong? Your Sword of Starlight is called a sword technique? And your demonic chi is too weak. Are you a demon? Why do I look at you like trash? Damn it! Martial Demon roared, and demonic chi surged from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a demon god bathed in blood and rushed over fiercely. Demonic Path, Heaven's Shaking Fist. His fist technique seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Let me tell you what a demon is. Lin Xian smiled, and the immortal chi seed in his left eye exploded. In the next moment, it turned into boundless demonic chi. He formed a seal with his palm. Demonic Seal. With a boom, a huge seal was pushed out horizontally. Like a clap of thunder, it directly hit the other party's fist technique. Demonic Tune. Lin Xian waved his palm again, forming a demonic zither. He gently played it. The void was instantly torn apart by a pair of ruthless hands. A terrifying power rushed toward Martial Demon. Martial Demon felt as if he was struck by lightning. He kept retreating and vomiting blood. At this moment, his Dao heart was about to collapse. Damn it! Compared to the other party, how was he a demon? How could the other party's demonic chi be so terrifying? I don't believe it! He had gone crazy. The demonic chi on his body burned and turned into a black demon god's spear, attacking crazily. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it! At the same time, he roared at Xing'er beside him. Xing'er came back to her senses and took a deep breath. Starry Sky Sword Technique. After saying that, she formed a seal with her hands, and all the starlight in the universe was forcefully grabbed by her. Then, 72 starry sky swords were formed and surrounded her. Slash! With a shout, the 72 starry sky swords rushed over crazily. Each of them turned into the only one in the world. Chapter 61-31. You're too inexperienced to compete with me in sword techniques. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Cosmos Sword technique, using everything as a sword. Similarly, the surrounding starlight turned into swords of the stars and flew out. Both were the power of the stars. However, Lin Xian's sword energy was clearly more terrifying. It tore the 72 swords of the stars into pieces. Xing'er kept retreating. More than a dozen sword marks appeared on her body. Half of the bones in his body were broken, revealing deep white bones. It was an extremely ghastly sight. The two of you can't do it. Lin Xian shook his head. Damn it, attack together. Another two Supremes charged over. Together with Xing'er and the Martial Demon, the four of them attacked together. They charged at Lin Xian from all directions. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Then, he pulled out the immortal slaying sword. The long sword swept out. Sword energy danced, carrying a mysterious aura. One sword immortal technique. One sword divine ability. Shinger's shoulder was pierced. One of the martial demon's arms was cut off. The other two Nine Heavens Supremes were also sent flying, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. He was like a peerless sword god. Boom, boom, boom. The martial demon vomited blood again and fell into the void. Shinger's face was pale, her body swaying. Damn it, the other party's strength was too terrifying. Whether it was immortal techniques or divine abilities, they were all cultivated to the extreme. Was this guy really going to walk the path of immortals? He fought 4 top experts alone and still had the upper hand. Lin Xian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, the Empress in the distance also made her move. She took out the jade scepter and flew forward. A ray of scepter light streaked across the sky. Immediately, 2 Supremes screamed and turned into a bloody mist. They were severely injured. At the critical moment, the 2 of them recovered to their peak. Although they didn't die, they were extremely miserable. They probably wouldn't be able to recover from their serious injuries without a few hundred years. This woman was so terrifying. The scepter she held had mysterious power. Did they still want to fight? These people from the Supreme Palace were pale. In terms of strength, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, the Grim Reaper was also being held back by the people from the deity realm. Unless the Permitha realm sent more great emperors over. However, Dao Chun from Higan hadn't proven his Dao yet, so Higan probably wouldn't mobilize all of them. Damn it, looks like I can only retreat. Just as they were hesitating, the Empress charged out, grabbing one of the greater demon paragons and attacking him madly. The greater demon supremes were stunned. Although he had recovered to his peak, his injuries were too severe. Ah! He screamed miserably. His heart and soul were destroyed. His blood sprinkled down from the 9 heavens. Everyone felt their blood run cold. He was dead, a supreme being. This was too unusual. One had to know that paragons were even more terrifying than Dao verifiers. Let's see who else dares to make a move? The Empress snorted coldly. Yuryu in her hand became even more terrifying. Retreat. The Grim Reaper in the sky roared. The people from the Supreme Hall quickly retreated. Every one of them was injured, and they were extremely unwilling to accept this. Just you wait. This matter won't end just like that. The Grim Reaper also left. His disciple had been killed, so he would definitely take revenge. I'll accompany you anytime. Lord Alcohol's voice sounded. He didn't care at all. The Supreme Hall had been too arrogant recently. It was time to give them a hard blow. Seeing these paragons leave, Xingner and the martial demon also retreated frantically. However, how could Lin Xian let the 2 of them leave? He stepped in the air, and the immortal slaying sword in his hand burst out with a piercing cold light, fusing with the great dragon's sword. Slaying immortals with a single sword. The roar of the great dragon's sword's soul resounded through the world. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to be split apart. Countless people prostrated on the ground. When Gu Han saw this scene, he turned and ran. Great Emperor Bailey also sighed. It's over. Those 2 guys are dead for sure. Damn Lin Woody, he's too arrogant. Even the martial monarchs began to tremble. They realized that this sword seemed to be able to kill a great emperor. No. Xing'e roared in horror. She mobilized the power of the stars to form a starry sky shield to resist. The martial demon turned and ran. She pushed her speed to the limit. However, it was useless. Lin Xian's sword strike was a fatal blow. He was confident that he could kill a martial monarch, let alone the others. After this sword strike, the entire Red Lotus star sea was split in half. The spatial rift didn't disappear for a long time. Xing'e and the martial demon had long disappeared. The 2 of them were only quasi-emperors. Although they had hope of confirming their Dao, they weren't great emperors. Therefore, they were reduced to ashes under this sword strike. Were they dead? Everyone swallowed their saliva, dumbfounded. This sword strike was too terrifying. Who could resist it? Great Emperor Bailey's face was also extremely gloomy. Damn it! Previously, he was still gloating. The Supreme Hall had suffered heavy losses. Even the disciple of the Earth Immortal had died. But now, it seemed that their situation wasn't good either. The death of another 2 geniuses gave him a headache. These Tao-confirming geniuses weren't cabbages. In the future, they all had hope of becoming great emperors. Linwoody, this feud was huge. He snorted coldly. This sword strike was a fatal blow. But can you use a second sword strike? I'm afraid you don't have much strength left, right? You can try. Lin Xian stared at the other party with an extremely cold expression. Great Emperor Bailey snorted and shook his head. He wasn't prepared to try. Instead, he said, "We, the other side, have pushed out 7 Tao confirmations. Among them, the one who has truly proven his Tao is young Master Tao Chun. And young Master Tao Chun will soon open the path of Tao confirmation. Linwoody, can you recover? If you can't, just wait for death." With that, Great Emperor Bailey turned and left. He had to inform Tao Chun quickly. That sword strike just now was too terrifying. Tao Chun had to be prepared. This Linwoody was indeed the most difficult to deal with. What Tao Chun? I will kill him with my own hands. He's no match for me at all, Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, Great Emperor Bailey stopped. He turned his head and sneered. I forgot to tell you. There are some things that you don't know yet, right? What do you want to say? Lin Xian frowned. Great Emperor Bailey smiled. Your father, Lin Zhan, was the Battle Emperor back then. Do you know how the Battle Emperor died? He was killed by Saber Immortal with 1 strike. Lin Xian really didn't know about this. Great Emperor Bailey continued. Young Master Tao Chun is Saber Immortal's son. Back then, Saber Immortal could kill the Battle Emperor. Now young Master Tao Chun can kill you. So, prepare to die. With that, Great Emperor Bailey laughed loudly and turned to leave. The others were extremely shocked. There's actually such a thing? If it was true, it would be a huge blow to Lin Xian's confidence. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He clenched his fists, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it! He was the son of his enemy. Was this true? Lin Xian looked at the Empress. The Empress frowned and said, Ask Wine Sword Immortal. There are some things that I'm not too sure about. In the sky, Wine Sword Immortal descended. He waved his hand and a black vortex isolated the others. Then he sighed. That's right. What that guy said is true. However, kid, don't be affected. Back then, the Battle Emperor was only a great emperor. Saber Immortal was already an Earth Immortal. The difference between the two is huge. Now that your father has become an Earth Immortal, the difference between the two is rapidly shrinking. So, don't take it to heart. Chapter 6132. So father's enemy was actually the Saber Immortal. Was he an Earth Immortal? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He said, Father's enemy, I think he should be able to deal with it himself. However, there were some grudges that had to be taken. There was no need for Tao Chun to live. The battle of Tao confirmation was also a battle of life and death. I will kill him with my own hands. Husband, I have confidence in you, Xue Qi and the others also said. However, the Wine Sword Immortal didn't say anything. His eyes flickered. It seemed that he had to invite the battle god over. Because Tao Chun had confirmed his Tao, the other side would definitely be heavily guarded. Would the Saber Immortal come? If the Saber Immortal came and attacked again, it would be troublesome. The Saber Immortal wasn't an ordinary Earth Immortal. He cultivated an immortal technique. At present, only the battle god was capable of suppressing the other party. However, the battle god probably couldn't attack too many times in his current state. It was really troublesome. It seemed that he had to speed up. The Yuhua immortal dynasty had appeared. The Wine Sword Immortal thought to himself. Of course, he didn't tell Lin Xian about these things, so as not to increase his burden. Now, the only thing Lin Xian had to do was to quickly adjust his state to the peak. Enter the final battle. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well. Therefore, after they returned, they immediately entered the ancient land to recover their cultivation. On the other side, after the Bailey Emperor returned, his expression was also solemn. He came to Dao Qin. Dao Qin opened his eyes and said, "Looking at you, you should have failed, right? Gu Han is really useless. Where is she?" "I don't know." The Bailey Emperor shook his head. "After the battle, I don't know where she went," Dao Qin said. "Forget about her." "Lin Wuyi won this battle?" The Bailey Emperor nodded. "Yes, he won, and Gui Qianye is dead." A great battle broke out between the Divine Realm and the Supreme Palace. Even the Earth Immortals took action. Martial Monarch Bailey explained the situation to Qi Nan. In the end, he said, "Xing'er and the Martial Demon are also dead. They were killed by Lin Wuyi's sword." The last sword in his hand was a little terrifying. The sword in his hand was very sharp. Moreover, with the great dragon sword, that sword could kill a great emperor. With that, he stopped speaking and looked at Dao Qin. Obviously, he was reminding Dao Qin. Hearing this, Dao Qin also said, "This is really surprising. I didn't expect him to be so strong. But don't worry, you don't have to worry about me." Great Emperor Bailey was indeed worried because Dao Qin had only used 3 moves to kill great emperors. On the other hand, Lin Xian only needed 1 move. This gap was a little too big. However, Dao Qin smiled and said, "Do you think that I killed a great emperor with 3 saber strikes with all my strength?" "You underestimate me too much. That was just a casual attack from me." Great Emperor Bailey felt a lot more relaxed after hearing this. Although he had always followed and served the other party. However, he had no idea just what level Dao Chen's true strength was at. However, he still reminded him, "Now that the kid has been fighting one battle after another, I'm afraid he doesn't have much strength, and he's also injured. Now is the best time for us to attack him." When Dao Chen heard this, he laughed. "You don't have any confidence in me? I don't want to fight now." Since he wanted to prove his Dao, he had to defeat him at his peak. "Spread the word that I want to fight him to the death in a month." "What? A month?" Great Emperor Bailey frowned. Dao Chen snorted coldly. "That's right, he should be able to recover to his peak in a month. I want him to die in his most glorious moment. Why aren't you going?" "Yes, I know." Great Emperor Bailey turned around and spread the news. The universe was incomparably shocked. Lin Xian had won the battle with Gui Qianye. Not only that, he had even killed Gui Qianye in this battle. He had even killed a few other Dao verifiers. Anya, Xing'er, and Wu Mo, these 3 were also extremely powerful Dao verifiers, but they had all been killed by Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's reputation had reached its peak. Countless people even felt that he might prove his Dao and become a great emperor. However, another piece of news had also spread. Dao Chen was actually the son of an Earth Immortal. And this Earth Immortal had once killed Lin Xian's father, the Battle Emperor. The grudge between the 2 sides was very deep. In an instant, countless people were discussing spiritedly. Could Lin Xian avenge his father? Could he defeat the son of an Earth Immortal? It was said that Earth Immortals were extremely powerful, and the Earth Immortal was the son of an Earth Immortal. The Hidden Emperor Star was also discussing spiritedly. Even the people of the Divine Union were under great pressure. What they were most worried about now was that Dao Chen would immediately prove his Dao. Lin Xian would be forced to participate in the battle. This way, Lin Xian might not be able to recover to his peak and might even be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, they felt that, given Permitha's despicable nature, he would definitely do this. However, when the news spread, they were stunned. A month later, they would decide who was stronger. This didn't seem like Permitha's style. The Empress and the others hadn't left. When they heard this, they said, "You're underestimating Paramitha. Paramitha is now the overlord of the universe. Do you think it's possible for them to survive until now just because they're despicable? They also had geniuses, unparalleled geniuses. Their arrogance wasn't inferior to anyone else's." The people of the deity realm were also silent. A month later, the pinnacle battle would be held. When the others heard the news, they were also excited. They definitely wouldn't miss this pinnacle battle. On the other side, Yu Wadao also frowned when he heard this. A month? He was really confident. He wondered if Brother Lin would be able to withstand his opponent's saber techniques in a month's time. He had fought with Dao Chun before and naturally knew how terrifying his opponent was. Dao Chun had seriously injured him with 3 saber moves. He even felt that it wasn't impossible for Dao Chun to kill him. This was because Dao Chun had been too relaxed when he had swung his saber. A month's time passed very quickly. On this day, everyone was in an uproar. Where would the battle be held? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Until now, they still didn't know the location of the battle. One had to know that, during the previous battle with Gui Qianye, they had already gone to the Red Lotus Star Ocean. Lin Xian had also come out of seclusion a day earlier. After coming out, he had already recovered to his peak. His blood, qi, and soul were all at their strongest. "I won't lose this battle." "Of course, we believe in you," the Crimson Dragon said. The Toad asked, "But where is the battlefield?" He didn't say. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky, his gaze piercing through the universe. He said in a deep voice, "The entire universe is a battlefield. You just have to wait and see tomorrow." Everyone was curious. How would the final battle be fought? Lin Xian also didn't leave the hidden Emperor Star. He was still in the Divine Union, waiting silently. The next day, when the sun had just risen, Lin Xian made his move. He stepped into the air and arrived above the 9 heavens. Then, he roared at the sky. The divine flame seed and immortal chi seed pulsed, forming a power that pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, the changes in the wind and clouds were extremely terrifying. Everyone felt a surge of fear and a vast pressure engulfing them. Was he going to confirm his Tao? The people of the hidden Emperor Star were shocked. Everyone in the universe also felt this power. They saw that there seemed to be lightning condensing in the sky. At the same time, they also felt that on the other side of the universe, there was also an extremely strong power erupting. It also attracted lightning that filled the sky. The second Tao verifier. Chapter 6133. 2 heaven-shaking powers appeared in the universe, shaking the heavens and realms. Someone exclaimed, "Could it be that the final battle has begun?" That's right, one was Lin Xian's, and the other was Dao Chen's. How were the 2 of them going to fight? Everyone was extremely confused. However, Lin Xian and Dao Chen did not care. They did not chase after each other at all. Instead, they released their strongest power in their respective worlds. They did not need to do anything. The heavenly Tao would let them fight. As expected, Lin Xian's immortal qi and the power of the divine fire seed flew into the distance. On the other side, Dao Chen's immortal qi seed also flew out, turning into peerless sabers that flew into the distance. In the universe, the 2 forces collided, and a destructive aura exploded. "Kill!" Dao Chen suddenly roared into the sky, and a cold saber shadow burst out from his eyes. His saber skills were absolutely heaven-defying. It was enough to destroy everything. "I have a saber that can kill gods." The saber light on his body lit up the surroundings. The void kept shattering. He was like the ruler of the saber, standing between the heavens and earth. Even the sky was shattered. Boundless lightning filled the air continuously. Was he going to prove his Tao? Countless people exclaimed when they saw this scene. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, monstrous sword qi also rushed out from his body. I have a sword that is invincible throughout history. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was extremely terrifying. The immortal Qi seed and the divine fire seed pulsed together, wanting to break through. Moreover, terrifying lightning suddenly burst out in the sky above him, and a terrifying and destructive aura suddenly burst out. It was as if the world was going to be torn apart. Lin Xian soared into the sky and charged into the universe. He did not prove his Tao on the hidden Emperor star. This was because he knew that the upcoming battle would probably affect everything. The others were watching from afar. At this moment, no one dared to get close. Some of the emperors were stunned when they saw the two auras on Lin Xian's body at the same time. Was he going to walk the divine Tao and the immortal Tao at the same time? This was impossible. He would fail. This time, Dao Chen was definitely going to win. Dao Chen also walked over from afar. Under the guidance of the heavens, he met up with Lin Xian very soon. As the two faced each other, saber lights and sword images continuously erupted from their bodies. Dao Chen looked at him and said, "I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. You want to walk the path of immortals. However, you are destined to fail. Kneel in front of me now and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die the same way the Battle Emperor died back then. You'll be killed by my blade." What an arrogant tone! Did he really think that he was an immortal? You are merely a mere quasi-emperor. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Also, why can't I do what our predecessors couldn't? You don't even have the thought of surpassing the ancients. You will never be invincible. Boasting shamelessly, Dao Chen attacked. With a wave of his hand, a saber light broke through the 10,000 swords and slashed forward. Lin Xian laughed. You think I'm afraid of you? The sword qi on his body continued to erupt, turning into a shocking divine dragon that swept out in all directions. A sword slashed across the sky. The sword qi and the saber light collided again. The void shattered and countless black dragons erupted. Then, the two each took a step back. So strong! Dao Chen was really too powerful. He was even more terrifying than Gui Qianye. Although Gui Qianye also had the strength to kill a great emperor, Lin Xian knew that he would definitely win when he saw him. But now, when he saw Dao Chen, he couldn't tell what his chances of winning were. This was something that had never happened before. One could imagine how terrifying Dao Chen was. Interesting. I once killed a great emperor with 3 slashes and seriously injured Yi Wudao with 3 slashes. I wonder how many slashes you can take? Just now was the first slash. Now it's the second. After saying that, he waved his hand and slashed out again. The shocking saber light shook between heaven and earth. The great Tao on Lin Xian's body rumbled. He also slashed out with divine fire to fight against the saber light. At the same time, he struck out with immortal qi. The sky collapsed, and the rumbling sound was endless. Immortal qi and divine fire appeared on Lin Xian's left and right hands. His hands danced. It was biting cold. Where's your third slash? Come on out. You can't kill me. Even 300 slashes, you're not my match. Boom. The third slash was like an immortal king, sweeping out in all directions. Dao Chen also roared angrily. This slash was like 9 thunderbolts. After this slash, he didn't attack again. Instead, his face darkened. You're different from others. You're even stronger than a great emperor. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's good that you know. Why? Are you desperate? Dao Chen shook his head. It's rare to find an opponent like you. I originally thought that as the son of an immortal, I could look down on all the worlds and no one would be my match. But I didn't expect the heavens to treat me so well and give me such an interesting opponent. You're worthy of my full strength. Buzz. After saying that, he waved his hand and took out a long saber. This time, it was no longer a saber light, but a real weapon. The long saber was biting cold and emitted endless power. What a terrifying weapon! When the great emperors in the distance felt this scene, they frowned tightly. Even the empress, the iron-blood great emperor, and the others gasped in shock. This thing was not ordinary. Murong Qingqing asked, Senior, is it very powerful? Is it an extreme weapon? The Crimson Dragon also muttered. However, the Empress said, it's beyond an extreme weapon. It should be made for him by the Saber Immortal. As for the metal, it should be the immortal iron of the Eternal Land. After the Crimson Dragon and the others heard this, they were extremely envious. Immortal iron was beyond an extreme weapon. As expected. When the saber appeared, the weapons of the martial monarch clans shuddered violently. They frantically tried to block it. And the weapons of all the worlds prostrated themselves on the ground. They were no match for it at all. Dao Chen held the long saber and said coldly, This saber is called the Sky Saber. This saber is stained with the blood of Supreme Masters. You should be proud that you were killed by this saber. Any last words? Stay here. What a powerful saber. Lin Xian also frowned. He had seen the saber mark on Yu Wudao's body before. It was very terrifying. But the mark was caused by the previous saber light, not the Sky Saber. It seemed that when the other party fought Yu Wudao, he didn't use his full strength at all. He didn't even take out his weapon. Humph! So what? So what if this saber is an immortal artifact? Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he took out the immortal slaying sword. This sword has killed immortals before. I'm giving you a lot of face by using it to deal with you, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He waved the long sword, and boundless killing intent erupted. Everyone in the universe was frightened again. The great emperors went crazy. Lin Xian's sword had killed immortals before. Was it a divine artifact? The people from the otherworld heavenly king's side also frowned. The Bailey great emperor frowned and said, Could it be the immortal slaying sword? The other great emperors also snorted coldly. No matter how strong the immortal slaying sword was, it was still made of divine iron. The Sky Saber was also made of immortal iron. It wasn't inferior to the other party. That's right. Another old man said, This battle still depends on the true strength of both sides. Chapter 61-34. It was the first strike of the 7 immortal blades. With a roar, Dao Chen attacked. The Sky Saber slashed forward. The huge saber light was crystal clear like a crystal. The entire sky seemed to have shattered. This strike was extremely terrifying, far surpassing all the previous saber lights. The people on the other side also gasped. Was he going to use his ultimate move to determine the winner? The 7 immortal blades were a super immortal technique. It seemed like he was going to end the battle quickly. Humph! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Heaven trampling immortal slaying! He took a step forward and shattered the starry sky under his feet. Then, the immortal slaying sword slashed out fiercely. At this moment, Lin Xian merged the power of the divine fire and the immortal qi into the immortal slaying sword at the same time. What he wanted to do was not only to defeat his opponent, but also to merge the two powers at the same time. His Dao was more than 10 times more difficult than his opponent's. Boom! The two powers exploded together, causing the power of this strike to be extremely terrifying. He blocked his opponent's first strike. There was a loud explosion, and countless stars around him turned into ashes. Lin Xian said coldly, Is that all you have? Dao Chen snorted. Second strike. The saber qi on his body became even more terrifying. The immortal qi seed between his eyebrows trembled violently as if it was going to break out of the ground. There was another strike. The second strike was launched. Lin Xian was still waving his sword, and the power of the divine fire and immortal qi erupted. Although it was terrifying, Lin Xian was not satisfied. Because the two powers were clearly separated. After blocking his opponent's second strike, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he took the initiative to attack. He slashed the sky with his sword. Not only did sword qi appear on his body, but a Tai Chi diagram also appeared. The Tai Chi diagram merged with yin and yang as it spun continuously. Lin Xian roared into the sky. He wanted to forcefully merge with it. With a crack, he spat out a mouthful of blood and a crack appeared on his body. The forceful merging had injured him. What was going on? Was Lin Xian injured? Countless people were stunned when they saw this scene. Those great emperors also frowned. It was impossible for him to forcefully merge the power of the divine fire and immortal qi. The people from the other side sneered. I think we don't even need to do anything, he will definitely die. On the other side, the empress also raised her head to look at the sky. The next moment she sighed. Was he going to use those two pagodas? However, Lin Xian hadn't said anything yet. Let's wait a little longer. Idiot, take my third stab. Dao Chen harumphed coldly. He did not believe that the other party would succeed. There was indifference in his eyes, but his power was becoming more and more terrifying. This slash should be able to kill a great emperor easily. As expected, those martial monarchs were trembling in fear. After Lin Xian vomited blood, he didn't care at all. He slashed out with his sword again. The power of Tai Chi appeared on the long sword, forming a Tai Chi diagram. It carried the aura of divine fire and immortal qi as it spun between heaven and earth. With a clang, their weapons collided, shattering everything in their path. The ears of the martial monarchs buzzed. Everyone felt as if they were looking at a legend. This battle was too terrifying. The fourth slash, the god-slaying saber. Dao Chun was also furious. These three slashes could kill several great emperors, but he still couldn't kill the other party. He took out the sky saber and used the peerless saber technique. How could he allow himself to be defeated? Therefore, the fourth slash. He had to kill the other party. Under this slash, countless lives were destroyed. Why? Those lives screamed. They didn't offend the other party, right? Why did the other party want to kill them? However, no one answered. Some great emperors frowned. Do you know why the divine realm fought against the otherworld heavenly king? Because the otherworld heavenly king was too ruthless. Not only did they want to be the overlord, but they also wanted to enslave the other party. The otherworld heavenly king had never treated others as humans. In their eyes, the other worlds were ants that could be killed at any time when necessary. As expected, when the god-slaying saber was used, billions of lives were destroyed. The power of these people after they died was integrated into the saber light. This caused this saber strike to be extremely terrifying. It's your honor to be integrated into the life saber. Dao Qin did not care about this at all as he said coldly. These words caused everyone to be shocked. Lin Xian was also furious. It was too ruthless. A sword like a dragon. He activated the power of the dragon sword soul. The sword transformed into a dragon. The world was shocked when the sword was used. This sword was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon-shaped sword seemed to fill the entire universe. Everyone could see the shadow of a dragon rushing out in front of them. Roar! 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 Their fourth slash collided. Then, heaven and earth shattered, and more stars were turned into ashes. Damn it! Dao Chun retreated. His arm was numb. The power of the dragon sword was indeed terrifying. Together with the god-slaying sword, it was really powerful. He had integrated billions of lives, but he still couldn't kill the other party. Damn it, it still wasn't enough. All the worlds in the universe deserved to die and become my power. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. God-slaying saber. He was ready to use the fifth slash. At this moment, those from the otherworld heavenly king frowned. Was the fifth slash going to be used? It was a little too forced. The heavenly seven slashes was an extremely terrifying immortal technique. No matter how powerful Dao Chen was, he wasn't a great emperor. It was already extremely terrifying to be able to use four slashes, especially the fourth slash, which was extremely powerful. Even a great emperor with a wisp of immortal energy couldn't withstand it. But now, the other party was going to use the fifth slash. This was something that had never happened before. Let him do it. The virtual immortal walked over and said in a deep voice. The surrounding people bowed. Greetings, Senior. The virtual immortal said. This battle is no small matter. He is the son of an immortal. It won't be a problem for him to break through. I think we have to end the battle quickly. That kid still wants to forcefully integrate with the power of an immortal. I don't know what he's relying on. The people from the otherworld Heavenly King also frowned because they could see that Lin Xian was in a very bad state. Although he blocked the god-slaying saber, Lin Xian's body had a second crack. It was a crack that was torn apart by the power of an immortal. Was the other party going to continue? If he continued, he would die. Couldn't he? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. With his own strength, even if he used the Tai Chi diagram, he couldn't completely integrate. It seemed that he could only choose one of the two powers. It seemed that he could only rely on other treasures. Lin Xian looked into the distance and said through voice transmission, Senior, use the two pagodas. The Empress nodded after hearing that. Then, she waved her hand. Two rays of light flew out. Heaven and earth split open, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. When they sensed this scene, the people from the otherworld Heavenly King were stunned. Dao Chun also retreated frantically. What was that? He felt a chill down his spine. Everyone was shocked. Was someone going to forcefully attack? However, when they saw the two black figures descending from the sky, they were stunned. They were all stunned. What was that? Chapter 6135. Two black shadows descended from the sky. The aura they emitted made everyone's hair stand on end. They looked up and were extremely shocked. What were those? They realized that the two black shadows were two pagodas. The aura on them was extremely terrifying. One was emitting a mysterious yellow aura, while the other was emitting an exquisite light. No one knew what the pagodas were. They only knew that they were terrifying. However, the people on the other side were shocked. The virtual immortal's pupils constricted. He exclaimed, The black-yellow pagoda and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. To think that these two things would appear as well. Moreover, they were both in the hands of the deity realm. Damn it, what was going on? The other great emperors on the other side also frowned and said, These are two legendary things. The virtual immortal frowned even more. Back then, when he was attacking Shangqing City, he had sensed a mysterious message from it. Now, it seemed that it was the black-yellow pagoda. However, where did the seven treasures exquisite pagoda come from? The situation was not good. No wonder Lin Xian dared to walk the path of an immortal. With the two pagodas, his chances of success were probably higher. However, it was only a little higher. He did not even have a 50% chance of success. Thinking of this, he sent a voice transmission to Dao Chun, telling him to hurry up and not give the other party any more chances. Dao Chen's expression also became extremely ugly. Hearing the voice transmission, he shouted coldly, Go to hell. He held the sky saber in his hand and charged forward. The sky collapsed, and the rumbling sound shook the sky. At the same time, he invoked the thunder of the sky. He wanted to prove his Dao. He would not give the other party a chance. On the other side, Lin Xian waved the immortal's slaying sword. He did not dodge at all. Above his head, the two pagodas descended. At the same time, Lin Xian opened the Tai Chi diagram. It spun and absorbed the power of the two pagodas. It surrounded his body. Dao proving! Lin Xian also roared. Suddenly, the divine fire seed and immortal chi seed exploded. The lightning in the sky instantly descended. In an instant, the front turned into a sea of lightning. Retreat quickly. At this moment, everyone retreated. They did not dare to resist the thunder of Dao proving. Their thunderbolts were extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. The two of them were actually attacking each other in the Sea of Lightning. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hold back at all. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god, sweeping through all directions. The great dragon sword spirit erupted and slashed at the sky saber. A sonorous sound rang out between heaven and earth as Lin Xian activated the 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantom of the reincarnation sword also slashed down, and the two fought fiercely. Boom! Boom! The firmament blade kept shaking, and the radiance on it dimmed a little. Dao Qin kept retreating as well. His hands were covered in cracks. His bloodline spread out in all directions. Damn it, bloodline saber. With a furious roar, those shattered blood vessels turned into a blood-colored long saber and ruthlessly slashed over, tearing apart Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian's body also swayed. However, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. A slap landed on Dao Chen's face. Dao Chen was hit so hard that he almost fell to the ground. His face was a mess of flesh and blood. You're courting death. The two of them fought in close combat, using all sorts of laws, mystiques, supreme skills, and killing moves. The great emperors who were watching from afar were terrified. Not only that, but when the lightning in the sky descended and struck their bodies, a large number of cracks appeared on their bodies. Let's see how long you can last. Half of Dao Chen's face was smashed, and many of his bones were broken. However, he did not care. With a wave of his hand, he took out an immortal pill and swallowed it. His originally weak blood qi instantly exploded. I have an immortal pill, what do you have? You think you can compete with me? When you're exhausted, I'll kill you. Dao Chen sneered. Lin Xian did not have an immortal pill. He did have some pills, but for someone of his level to recover in an instant, it was impossible. The level of the pill would be extremely terrifying. However, although he did not have an immortal pill, he had the ancient land. From the ancient land, he mobilized the power. Lin Xian's depleted energy instantly recovered to its peak. This scene left Dao Chen dumbfounded. This was impossible. He did not believe that the other party also had an immortal pill. One had to know that although the deity realm had taken over a few ancient cities, their foundation was still much weaker than the Paramitha. The Paramitha had always been in the eternal land, and there were countless treasures there. Moreover, immortal pills could only be refined by earth immortals. The earth immortals of the deity realm had just recovered. How could they have the time to refine immortal pills? How did the other party recover? He did not understand. With a boom, he was sent flying by the sword and was almost split in half. His internal organs had all been obliterated. His body, which had just recovered, was once again severely injured. Damn it! He roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted. Even if you have an immortal pill, you can't recover in an instant. Let's see how you can destroy the power of the dragon sword soul. With that, he attacked again. With the immortal slaying sword and the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, forcing the other party to retreat. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised because the other party's recovery speed was much faster than ordinary great emperors. The other party's bloodline was really terrifying. However, it would still take some time for him to fully recover. However, in the next moment, Dao Chen roared. Recover! His shattered internal organs had actually recovered to their original state. Lin Xian was surprised. What was the power that destroyed the dragon sword soul? Dao Chen let out a furious roar. It was as if he had turned into a peerless deity, as he knocked Lin Xian back with a single slash. At the same time, he sneered. Stupid thing, my father is a saber immortal, not an ordinary earth immortal. He has cultivated an immortal art. My father once taught me a recovery technique, which is also a secret technique of the immortal art. Although I haven't cultivated it to a high level, my recovery speed is far from ordinary great emperors. I want to see how you will die in the end. With that, he attacked. The two fought. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian's body also split open. But soon, the power of the ancient land helped him recover. Then, he attacked Dao Qin and forced him to retreat. With a sword, he split the other party into two. Dao Qin used the immortal art and the immortal pill to recover. The people in the distance were stunned. The other great emperors also gasped. You can fight like this? To be honest, even they would probably die. Because whether it was the dragon sword's soul or the sky saber, they were both extremely terrifying things. The great emperors had immortal qi, but if their immortal qi was used up, they would also die. But these two guys seemed to be unkillable. Every time they were injured, they would recover instantly. Are we old? Are the young people now so terrifying? At this moment, the great emperors were doubting life. Chapter 61-36. The battle ahead was still as terrifying as ever. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. What a powerful enemy! It had been so many years since he had met such a terrifying enemy. His opponent's recovery speed was on par with his. Moreover, he had mastered the power of some immortal arts. From what he heard, immortal arts were extremely mysterious and rare. Even an immortal might not have mastered them. How terrifying was the saber immortal! Shaking his head, Lin Xian knew that now was not the time to think about this. He had to deal with the guy in front of him first. Another earth-shattering collision. Then Lin Xian retreated. He did not take the initiative to attack again. Dao Qin sneered. What? Kid, are you afraid? I guess even if you have some natural treasures, they should have been used up by now, right? Humph, Lin Xian snorted. You're thinking too much. I'm thinking about how to kill him in one strike. With that, he stretched out his hands. On his left hand, the immortal Qi seed jumped, and on his right hand, the divine flame seed spread. Then, Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword spirit and summoned the phantom of the reincarnation sword. Kill. With both swords, Lin Xian was like a killing god at this moment. With a bang, Dao Qin was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. He vomited blood. This time, even his soul was severely injured. Recover for me. He used his immortal arts to recover, but although he recovered, his speed was slower than before. Good chance. Lin Xian saw that his opponent had an immortal art. So what? So what if he had an immortal pill? How many did he have? One had to know that he had an ancient land. Even though the ancient land was still in the midst of recovering, its strength was definitely stronger than the other party. Therefore, Lin Xian attacked again, ignoring the injuries on his body. So what if he was injured? He would recover instantly. This time, Dao Qin was at a disadvantage. He was so angry that he attacked without any regard for his life. In the end, his body was cut into several pieces. Even his soul was cut open. The pain made him hover between life and death. This time, he retreated far away and only recovered after a while. The people on the other side of the river saw this scene and frowned. Not good. Dao Chen's strength was declining. If this continued, even if he did not die, it would be difficult for him to recover completely. After all, even if Dao Chen had a heaven-defying celestial art, he did not have endless power. There would always be a time when one's strength would run out. Great Emperor Bailey's face turned ugly. Damn it, how is this possible? What exactly did this kid have in his hands? Instant recovery? Even the son of immortals weren't as rich as him. How did he do it? Dao Chen's background was so terrifying that ordinary martial monarchs were nothing in his eyes. Dao Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he had to fight against two super martial emperors with immortal qi. A super great emperor could instantly kill an ordinary great emperor. One could only imagine how terrifying Dao Chen was. But now, his opponent was actually being suppressed. He could not wait any longer. Great Emperor Bailey said, "Virtual Immortal Lord, shall we attack?" The virtual immortal nodded. He didn't dare to wait any longer. He said, "Then let's do it. You guys attack first. I'm an Earth immortal, so I can't attack casually. I'll attack at the critical moment." "Yes." Great Emperor Bailey and the others nodded. Then, they all took out a jade pendant and wore it on their bodies. There was a trace of lightning on the jade pendant. This was the power of the heavenly punishment sword. Under normal circumstances, even a great emperor would not dare to approach the lightning of Tao validation. This was because once they triggered their own lightning tribulation, they would be reduced to ashes. However, the Nirvana realm was different from others. They had the heavenly punishment sword. The Nirvana realm's master was known to control the heavenly Tao. Therefore, they could use the power of the heavenly punishment to dodge the power of the heavenly lightning. In fact, the virtual immortal was even prepared to use the power of the heavenly punishment to suppress Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, Great Emperor Bailey and the others moved. More than 10 figures. Among them, there were 5 great emperors. The rest were extremely terrifying quasi-emperors. They quickly charged over. The people who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. Heavens, someone is attacking. Impossible. Are they courting death? Anyone who entered the lightning of Tao validation would trigger their own lightning tribulation. They would most likely die. Did they not want to live anymore? To be honest, the people around them were not afraid of a sneak attack at all. In their opinion, no one could interfere in the battle of Tao validation. However, someone was trying to assassinate Lin Xian. Moreover, their target was Lin Wudi. Were they from the Nirvana realm? However, the Nirvana realm could not be so heaven-defying. When these people entered the lightning of Tao validation, the lightning roared in the sky. However, it did not attack them. This made the myriad worlds in the heavens dumbfounded. Impossible! How did they avoid the lightning tribulation? Could it be that the Nirvana realm was so heaven-defying? They were all crazy. Not good. The people from the Divine Union were even more shocked. Even the people from the Yi family and the Gu family narrowed their eyes. They actually did it. Damn it! Shuiqi, Murong Qingqing, and the others immediately rushed over. However, they were stopped by the Empress. "You can't go. If you go, you will trigger the lightning tribulation." "But why are they fine?" Shuiqi asked. She was really anxious. The Empress said that they had the power of the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment controlled all kinds of power. The heavenly lightning was a kind of power. Naturally, they could control it. Could it be that they could just watch as their husband was killed? No, they couldn't. The Empress shook her head. "We are also prepared." After saying that, she looked up at the sky. A black vortex appeared in the sky. Lord Alcohol came out and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." After saying that, he waved his hand and a few black stones appeared. The Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others grabbed the black stones and carried them with them. Then, they quickly rushed out. They also charged toward the lightning of Tao validation. No way, right? Everyone in the universe was also dumbfounded. The people from the Divine Union could also avoid the lightning of Tao validation? What kind of joke was this? Who could do that in thousands of years? However, when the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others entered, everyone was shocked. They realized that they were really fine. These people had also successfully avoided the lightning tribulation. When she saw this scene, Shuiqi said, "Senior, do you still have those stones? Give me one. I will go too." Xia Juyo also stepped forward. Previously, when he had validated his Tao, Lin Xian had desperately helped him. Now that Lin Xian was in trouble, how could he shrink back? Lord Alcohol nodded and threw 2 more stones to the 2 of them. After the 2 of them picked up the stones, they quickly rushed forward. Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also wanted to go, but they were stopped. The Empress said, "The 2 of you are still boundary emperors. If you go, you won't be able to do much." Boom! The lightning of Tao validation was extremely terrifying. It could destroy everything in the world. Originally, only Lin Xian and Dao Chen were there. However, in an instant many people rushed over. On Lin Xian's side, more than 10 figures rushed over. Among them, there were 5 great emperors. The terrifying power and the vast world made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. In an instant, he was severely injured. As if he had been struck by lightning, he retreated. Go to hell. The Bailey Great Emperor and the others released cold killing intent. Chapter 61-37. Lin Xian was also surprised by the sudden attack of these people. He had guessed that these people would attack. However, it should be after he had verified his Tao. After all, they should not dare to go against the lightning tribulation. However, he did not expect these people to be able to ignore the lightning tribulation. Was it because of the heavenly punishment sword? Lin Xian guessed. However, he did not have time to think about it. He roared angrily and began to counterattack. His figure kept dodging. At the same time, the immortal slaying sword in his hand flew out continuously, and a destructive force erupted. With a swing of the sword, a boundary emperor was split into 2. His body and soul were destroyed, and blood rained down. Great Emperor Bailey roared and the boundary emperors retreated from his attack range. Immediately, those figures retreated quickly. Only the 5 great emperors were left to fight Lin Xian in close combat. The 5 of them used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. They wanted to kill Lin Xian in the shortest time possible. Lin Xian had indeed encountered the greatest danger. Not only did he have to face the attacks of these people, but he also had to face the lightning tribulation. However, at this moment, a roar could be heard from afar. "Damn it, get out of here!" It was Dao Chen's voice. Hearing this voice, Great Emperor Bailey and the others were shocked. Oh no, could it be? They turned their heads and saw that Dao Chen was surrounded by a few great emperors. He was covered in blood and was in a terrible state. How could this be? Great Emperor Bailey and the others were stunned. They could enter because of the heavenly punishment sword. How did these people from the deity domain enter? How did these people ignore the lightning tribulation? The iron-blood Great Emperor roared and smashed the hammer in his hand. One of Dao Chen's arms was smashed out of shape. Dao Chen was in pain and quickly retreated to recover. However, at this moment, another Great Emperor charged over. He was in great danger. "Come and help me!" he roared crazily. "Damn it!" Great Emperor Bailey clenched his teeth and led the other Great Emperors back to help. A great battle broke out in an instant. The sky was filled with divine flames and immortal qi. The lightning tribulation continued to fall. On Lin Xian's side, the pressure was greatly reduced. He slashed out with his sword and penetrated one of Great Emperor Baiyu's wings. Countless feathers fell from the sky. Martial Monarch Baiyu backed off frantically with an unpleasant expression. "Kill!" they roared angrily. In the distance, when the virtual immortal saw this, he said in a deep voice, "You guys attacked too." 2 more figures walked out from the crowd. These 2 figures had 2 strands of immortal qi. They were super emperors. One of them was called Uti. The other was the Thousand Mountain Great Emperor. When the 2 of them heard the order, their figures flashed, and they also quickly descended. As soon as they appeared, they burst forth with extremely terrifying power. The iron-blood martial monarch and the others felt chills running down their spines. They could only retreat rapidly. However, at this moment, on the side of the deity realm, the Empress also came out. She was also a super great emperor. She charged towards Thousand Mountain Great Emperor. The Thousand Mountain Great Emperor was huge and powerful. Each of his attacks could tear the sky apart. However, her Lady Empress was similarly incomparably powerful. The 2 of them engaged in a great battle, and were evenly matched. Uti sneered. His body was pitch black, like thick ink. A pair of claws slashed towards Lin Xian. "Die!" Lin Xian quickly retreated, not resisting. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Immediately after, a fearless lion tore through the void and rushed over, blocking the black claws. "Who is it?" Uti roared. Lin Xian was also stunned. Could this fearless lion be him? He turned his head and saw golden light sprinkling down from the sky. A man with a powerful aura of blood, and she walked over. The Golden Lion King. Uti gritted his teeth. "You're not dead yet?" The Golden Lion King snorted coldly. "It's not that easy to kill me." As he spoke, he punched out. Another fearless lion roared between heaven and earth. When the others saw this, they were shocked. What a powerful aura, what a domineering fist. Was this person the legendary Golden Lion King? Lin Xian was also shocked. How could he not know this person? Previously, he had been to the Golden Lion Palace of the Heavenly Court. Back then, there was a mysterious man lying in the golden coffin inside. It was this Golden Lion King. Unexpectedly, not only was the other party not dead, but he was also a super great emperor. It seemed that some of the experts of the Heavenly Court had also recovered. Back then, the Heavenly Court had nurtured top assassins. There was another use, which was to give super experts a place to rest and recuperate. With the addition of the Golden Lion King, the battle became even more terrifying. Even super great emperors had appeared. The entire void was completely shattered, and the endless starlight dimmed. No one knew what the result would be. The other emperor clans also frowned. They knew that the Earth Immortals would definitely make a move. However, it should not be now. It should be at the most critical moment. Without Lin Xian and the threat of super great emperors, he began to break through with all his might. The aura of the two pagodas above his head made his body bloom with a mysterious light. He began to fuse the immortal energy and the divine fire seed. With a boom, endless lightning seemed to erupt from Lin Xian's body. His blood and qi churned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, gradually, the divine fire seed and the immortal energy seed began to fuse. A super powerful immortal energy erupted from his body. Not good. He was actually going to fuse. Dao Chen roared crazily. Damn it, stop him! Now, he was also anxious. He quickly activated the immortal energy seed, wanting to attract the heavenly lightning and break through first. However, he was very uncomfortable from the beating. The divine fire around him made his hair stand on end. The Thousand Mountain Great Emperor snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless mountains appeared in the sky. The entire world darkened. It was very oppressive. Large cracks spread out for tens of millions of miles. The people in the distance retreated again. The entire star field in front of them had completely turned into a battlefield. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me? I have to say, you are really courting death. The Empress snorted coldly. She activated the Rui in her hand. A mysterious and cold aura burst out and collided with the Thousand Mountain Great Emperor's body. The Thousand Mountain Great Emperor's shoulder instantly split open. He retreated and grunted. Damn woman! Once again, he roared and charged over. Facing the attack of 1,000 mountains, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless at all. As he retreated, he dodged the most fatal threat. At the same time, he waved the immortal slaying sword. With a few slashes of his sword, cracks appeared on the mountain peaks, causing countless rocks to roll down. Fuse! He roared angrily again. The divine fire seed and immortal energy seed fused again. This time, he actually slashed out a very terrifying sword. It split a mountain into two halves. One had to know that although Lin Xian was strong and could fight and even kill a great emperor, he was only an ordinary great emperor. However, he was only an ordinary great emperor. He was no match for a super great emperor. But now, he could actually split a super powerful attack. Could it be because of the power of an immortal? Damn it! Seeing this scene, the virtual immortal could not help but take a step forward. The power of an earth immortal erupted. Then, a peerless divine sword appeared in his eyes. It pierced through heaven and earth and charged toward Lin Xian. Chapter 6138. Before the sword arrived, Lin Xian felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. Damn it, he was so powerful. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. Land immortals were really too terrifying. However, this made him even more determined to fuse with them. Xianer, don't worry, I'm coming. An angry roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then, a fist appeared. With a soaring battle intent, it charged towards the sword energy. Then, the two exploded. Lin Xian retreated. A tall figure descended. It was Lin Zhan. He said, "Continue to break through. No one can hurt you today." Lin Xian nodded. Even his father had made a move? Just you? Humph. The virtual immortal looked at Lin Zhan with disdain. He was filled with killing intent. This guy was just a great emperor before. He was just an ant. After saying that, he rushed out with his sword again. Go to hell. This was not Upper Azure City. Previously, when they were in Upper Azure City, the two of them had fought before. The other party could resist her. However, the other party had mobilized the power of Upper Azure City. Otherwise, he would have killed the other party with one hand. This time, how much of Upper Azure City's power could be mobilized across the endless void? A shocking swordlight flew out from the palm of the virtual immortal. They tore apart the universe and cut open the sky. They attacked Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. I don't need to borrow the power of Upper Azure City. I can kill you. After saying that, he punched out. His fist seemed to have transformed into a battle dragon. It was incomparably huge. It carried a monstrous aura as it swooped down. With a loud boom, the sword chi was actually blocked. The virtual immortal frowned. You broke through to become a land immortal? That's right. Lin Zhan took a step forward. I just broke through not long ago. I can use you to test my combat strength. Stupid thing, you are courting death. The virtual immortal was completely furious. So what if you broke through? You only broke through a few years ago, right? Let me tell you, there are strong and weak land immortals. The virtual immortal roared and quickly rushed over, flying forward as well. The two of them clashed in an instant. Not long after, Lin Zhan was sent flying by the sword. A crack appeared on his body, and many of his bones were broken. The virtual immortal laughed out loud. You're still not good enough. However, Lin Zhan didn't say anything. He roared. Again. He rushed over again. Lin Xian's eyes turned red when he saw this. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he gritted his teeth and fused with all his might. Only when he succeeded in breaking through would the others be able to attack without any reservations. Boom! The two fused together a little more, shocking everyone. Could it be that it was really possible? The virtual immortal roared. Attack those two pagodas. If you have the chance, send them flying. He could tell that the Heaven-Earth Black-Yellow Pagoda and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were able to merge with the force of the gods. As long as the pagoda was sent flying, the other party would definitely die. When the people of the other world heard this, they attacked madly. However, how could the people of the deity realm give him such a chance? They defended with all their might. The virtual immortal roared. Supreme Palace, aren't you going to make a move? Are you just going to watch him break through like this? Don't forget, if he breaks through, you won't have a good time either. How could the people of the Supreme Palace not come to such an earth-shattering battle? Netherworld Sovereign and the others gritted their teeth. Last time, Lin Xian had killed quite a few people from the Paragon Hall. Even Gui Qianya had died. They had to take revenge. And this was the best opportunity. They quickly rushed over. Not good. The expressions of the people watching the battle from afar changed drastically. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched. However, if the Supreme Palace joined in, the situation would not be good. Big brother, don't worry. We'll help you. At this moment, another group of people flew over from afar. These people had an extremely cold aura, which surprised countless people. Could it be that they were from the netherworld? That's right, the people who came were from the netherworld. The one at the front was actually a child. It was Butian. Behind Butian were the netherworld beasts and the people of the Tauhai clan. Among them, there were several Thearchs. After they came out, they charged toward the Supreme Palace. *Eminent, are you crazy? Netherworld Sovereign roared over there. Why are you from the netherworld interfering in this matter? The netherworld beast sneered. None of your business. The Tauhai clan said. Lin Gongzi is our benefactor. Naturally, we have to help. The two sides fought again. Butian also came. He did not join the battle because he was not qualified to do so with his strength. However, this time, he carried something with him. It was a bell. It was very big and was engraved with Tao patterns. Even Butian found it difficult to carry it. However, his little face was tense and he did not let go. The others were stunned. Why did this guy bring a bell? Even Xia Xingchen was surprised. Here. Butian flew over to the Divine Union. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad said, Child, why are you carrying it? Butian said, I'm here to help Big Brother. This thing was left behind by my grandfather. Your grandfather? The Toad was puzzled. Who is your grandfather? Is it the Great Emperor? However, the Crimson Dragon frowned. Wait, why do the Tao patterns on this bell feel so familiar? Could it be that you are? My grandfather is a celestial master. After Butian finished speaking, he began to move. He prepared to form a seal with his small hands, and a mysterious power of heaven and earth appeared one after another. The Toad was shocked. It was so magical. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, Are you from the Celestial Master lineage? One had to know that he was currently cultivating the Celestial Master lineage. He had naturally heard of the other party. However, hadn't the Celestial Master lineage disappeared for a long time? He did not expect it to be in the netherworld. Butian did not say much. He activated the bell. Instantly, countless great Taos intertwined on the bell. Everyone could feel their souls shaking. Of course, this was not an injury, but a strange feeling. Some elders were stunned. Why did I feel that my soul had been sublimated? Heavens, what kind of treasure was that? The people from the Divine Union were also shocked. The savage wilderness ancestor and the others also felt this strange feeling. The people from the Emperor race were also shocked. Zhong Lingxiu, Yi Wudao, and the others' eyes were red. What was that? The Crimson Dragon roared. Could this be the legendary Tao Harmonization Bell? What was the Tao Harmonization Bell? No one knew. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This was because he felt that the fusion of the Divine Flame Seed and the Immortal Qi Seed had sped up. Moreover, it seemed to be more stable. Damn it, the Celestial Master lineage was courting death. The virtual immortal in the distance roared. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice. In the sky, a huge black shadow appeared. Then, a claw slammed directly toward Butian and the others. At this moment, the people from the Divine Union went crazy. They felt their bodies split open and their souls were about to be extinguished. Someone was attacking them. Moreover, it was an Earth Immortal. F***ck, shameless! The Toad roared instantly. However, just as he opened his mouth, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 6139. It wasn't just the Toad. The people from the Divine Union were also attacked. They thought that they were dead meat. However, at that moment, a black vortex appeared above their heads and blocked the claw. At the same time, an angry voice was heard. Are you courting death? Lord Alcohol had also made his move. To be honest, he had been on guard against the other party's Earth Immortal. However, he had never expected that this Earth Immortal would attack the people from the Divine Union instead of attacking Lin Xian. These people from the Divine Union weren't even Thearchs. Under normal circumstances, Earth Immortals wouldn't attack such people. However, Higgin had done it. Lord Alcohol's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waved his sleeves. The devouring universe's power surged down. The cracked bodies of the Divine Union's Toad and the others quickly recovered. Then they recovered. Lord Alcohol charged forward. The Toad and the others were terrified. It was too terrifying. They had almost died just now. Was this the ability of an Earth Immortal? He could kill them with one move and save them with one move. The savage wilderness ancestor and the others were envious. The Earth Immortal who had attacked was none other than Master Rashi. At that moment, he was being chased by Lord Alcohol. When the terrifying devouring sword hit him, his huge body shook violently. Damn it! Master Rashi was enraged and the two of them started fighting. However, Lord Alcohol had recovered quite a bit this time. Coupled with the devouring sword, he was extremely terrifying. More importantly, Lord Alcohol had really developed killing intent. He was chasing the big turtle all over the world. Even the Earth Immortals had made their move. Moreover, there were 4 of them fighting in the sky. Countless people were shocked. Was this a battle of the gods? It was too terrifying. Buzz! At that moment, another Earth Immortal's aura erupted in the distance. Boundless death energy filled the air. It was the Grim Reaper. Everyone's hair stood on end. The people from the Divine Union and the Heavenly Court were shocked. Was the Grim Reaper going to join the battle? However, even further away, a beam of moonlight shot into the sky and turned into the Moon Goddess blade. A cold voice was heard. Try it. The one who spoke was the Moon Goddess. However, she didn't appear and neither did the Grim Reaper. However, their auras pierced through the 9 heavens. Both sides were threatening and intimidating. Lin Xian could sense that his seed of divine flame and seed of immortal qi had merged significantly. However, the fusion had not been completed yet. At this time, he needed to find an opponent. He stared at Dao Qin and said, "Do you dare to fight me again? Just with our strength alone, without the help of others. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Dao Qin quickly charged over. This time, his bloodline was fully unleashed, resulting in a boundless saber glow that shook the surroundings. The entire void was filled with saber light. It was the same on Lin Xian's side. His sword qi was vast and boundless. Boom! Boom! It was an intense collision. Dao Qin spat out mouthfuls of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. How could this be? His opponent's strength had become even stronger. The sword qi contained the power of the gods. Did he really merge the divine fire and immortal qi? Impossible. Dao Qin shook his head in disbelief. However, at this time, he was penetrated by a sword, and half of his body split open. Ah! Dao Qin screamed and quickly retreated. On the other hand, Lin Xian took a step forward, shattering the endless void. Then, he held the immortal slaying sword with both hands and slashed viciously. Dao Chen's expression became extremely ugly at this time. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. With a roar, he quickly burned his bloodline. Then, his speed skyrocketed, and he dodged the sword. The place where he was originally standing was split into pieces. It's useless. You can't escape. Lin Xian's Rinnegan looked at his opponent, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword instantly erupted. It was also the power of the gods. Although it had not been perfectly merged, it was much stronger than before. With a bang, Dao Qin looked like he had been struck by lightning, and his body was covered with cracks again. How could this be? His face was pale, and he could not believe it. Lin Xian was incomparably cold. The power of the gods, since ancient times, no one had achieved it. Although I have only merged a little now, it is still not something you can resist. Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. He seemed to have turned into a peerless god, looking down at his opponent. At this moment, Dao Chen's soul shook, and he seemed to be hallucinating. The Lin Xian in front of him had become high and mighty, and he needed to look up to him. No, how could I have such thoughts? He shook his head frantically. Kill, I must kill him. Dao Chen seemed to have made some kind of decision. In the next moment, his glabella split open, and a mysterious saber light flew out and merged with the sky saber. Suddenly, the sky saber bloomed with an unparalleled brilliance. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. Millions of starry skies were shattering. Even those great emperors and super great emperors felt their hair stand on end. As for the few earth immortals, their expressions changed. Damn it, this aura is? Before they could react, a saber light flashed in the sky. Then, it slashed fiercely towards Lin Xian. Crack! Golden saint blood dripped, and everyone was stunned. Husband! Murong Qingqing and the others felt like their hearts were about to split open. Lin Xian was seriously injured. How could Dao Chen have such strength? This was not Dao Chen's strength. Lin Jian roared. Saber Immortal, can't you help but attack? If you have the ability, come at me. The others were also in an uproar. What? Is this the power of an Earth Immortal? Dao Chen actually borrowed the power of an Earth Immortal? Isn't this the battle of Dao validation? Does he think that he will definitely lose? Ha ha. Although Lin Xian was seriously injured, he was still laughing heartily. You actually borrowed the power of an Earth Immortal. You lost. You can't prove your Dao at all. Even if I can't prove my Dao, I will kill you. Dao Chen's eyes were red. He knew that he had failed this time. He had borrowed the power of his father. But so what? The person in front of him was too much of a threat. Compared to proving his Dao, he felt that killing the other party was more important. Because in the future, he would have plenty of opportunities to prove his Dao. Kill! Dao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the sky saber red. The sky saber contained the will of the saber immortal. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into an immortal weapon and attacked again. Lin Xian roared to the sky. The two halves of his body quickly merged. The heavenly spring of life in the ancient land gushed out, allowing him to recover quickly. In the next moment, he roared to the sky. Dragon transformation! Dragon scales grew on his body. His entire body merged with the great dragon sword soul. Like an azure dragon, he appeared in the void. With a swing of his dragon tail, he dodged the saber. However, the sky saber was still chasing after him. It seemed that it would not stop until he was dead. It's over. If this continues, it will be dangerous. The people of the Yi family frowned. Should they make a move? But even if they had extreme weapons, would they not be able to defeat the other party? This was the will of an Earth Immortal. It would probably be able to kill them with one strike. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth split open. The clouds churned. In the void, a huge iron rod flew over. It caused the entire universe to shake. Then, this iron rod sent the sky saber flying. Countless people were horrified. What is this? Great! It's the sea-steadying divine needle! When Xueqi saw this scene, she was overjoyed. This is the weapon of the war god. With the appearance of the sea-steadying divine needle, Lin Xian's crisis was resolved again. At the same time, the voice of the war god sounded. Little guy, continue to merge. Let's see who dares to attack you. Lin Xian no longer dodged. Instead, he continued to merge the power of the divine fire and the immortal qi. However, in the endless void, the mysterious eternal power suddenly erupted with a piercing light. Then, a saber light seemed to have pierced through the universe and rushed over from afar. Chapter 6140. This attack was too powerful. Even Lin Jian and the other land immortals felt their hair stand on end. However, the sea-calming divine needle stood between heaven and earth and withstood everything. It blocked this saber light. Then, the aura of the fighting god also appeared. His fiery golden eyes also pierced through heaven and earth and looked into the distance. At this moment, the three sides of the battle stopped. They were shocked and bewildered. These two land immortals were too powerful. The people watching the battle from afar also sensed it. They seemed to be much stronger than the virtual immortal, Master Rashi, and the others. What was this? Were there strong and weak land immortals? They didn't know. However, the virtual immortal, Lin Jian, and the others knew that these two people were the saber immortal and the fighting god. The two of them had cultivated immortal and divine arts. The auras of the two confronted each other. They didn't fight, but the atmosphere was abnormally terrifying. It was like the eve of a storm. Were they going to fight? The virtual immortal and Master Rashi were both excited. If the saber immortal made a move, he could definitely change everything. Moreover, the Supreme Palace should also join forces, right? However, to their disappointment, the saber immortal didn't make a move. It was merely an eruption of a shocking will and aura. It seemed to be intimidating the divine realm. However, the fighting god wasn't weak either. His fiery golden eyes looked down on everything, and his aura didn't fall behind at all. Lin Xian continued to break through. The fighting god's voice sounded. Lin Xian didn't stop. He reached out his hands and directly grabbed the heaven-earth mystic yellow pagoda and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda in his hands. Finally, he roared at the sky. The power of the Taiji diagram, the power of the two pagodas, the power of the divine fire and immortal qi. At this moment, he completely erupted. The two seeds intertwined between his brows. Then, divine fire jumped on his body, and immortal qi danced in the air. Everyone watched nervously. Even the people from the otherworld Heavenly King's side looked extremely ugly. Were they just going to watch? Great Emperor Bailey and the others gritted their teeth. They were unwilling. At this moment, their bodies were covered in wounds. Although they weren't fatal, it would take them a few years or even decades to recover. More importantly, did they fail this time? Dao Chun had failed. At this moment, Dao Chun was in an extremely miserable state. Even his confidence had been defeated by his opponent. This was a ruthless slap to their faces. Those from the deity realm were also injured. After all, they had been fighting Higan for tens of thousands of years. The other party was too powerful. At that moment, all of them were injured. However, they didn't care at all. While recovering from their injuries, they stared at Lin Xian. Little guy, you must succeed. This was what everyone was thinking. However, the virtual immortal said, "Don't rush. Don't attack. I understand what the saber immortal means." It was not easy to fuse with the power of a deity. Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses who had failed. How did that guy succeed? There was an extremely high chance that he would fail. If he failed, he would die. At that time, we won't have to do anything. Dao Chun also said, "My father cultivates an immortal art. At critical moments, he can't casually make a move." In that case, they could only wait. The people from the otherworld Heavenly King did not make a move. On the other side, those from the Supreme Palace also retreated. Their expressions were also cold. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian. At that moment, the power of a deity on Lin Xian's body was constantly intertwining and spreading. Then, it gradually fused. Boom! All of a sudden, his body split apart into two halves. A large amount of golden sacred blood instantly scattered across the sky. What was going on? Those from the Divine Union were extremely anxious. Even Lin Jian, Lord Alcohol, and the others were frowning. Those from the Higan Immortal Realm laughed heartily. "You failed. I knew it. How could you succeed?" Those from the Supreme Hall laughed as well. Everyone in the universe was in an uproar. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and roared. "Again! An extremely strange light shone in his eyes. The power of the ancient land surged out. Once, twice, thrice. Lin Xian's body actually shattered 5 times. Had they all failed? Everyone was in despair. Shuiqi said, "Husband, stop. Choose one of them." However, Lin Xian still did not give up. Finally, on the 9th time, he roared into the sky. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder directly descended. Lin Xian's aura actually fused together. Had he succeeded? Those from the deity plane were excited. Everyone in the universe was stunned as well. Those from the Supreme Palace roared. How was this possible? The Grim Reaper's voice sounded. Damn it! What other secrets did he have? How could he recover so quickly? If it had been anyone else, they would have definitely died after the first time. However, he had survived 9 times. This made the Earth Immortals shocked and bewildered. Indeed, those from the Higan Immortal realm were stunned. Even if he had taken an immortal pill, he could not be so powerful. What other secrets did this kid have? They did not know that the ancient land was Lin Xian's biggest secret. If he succeeded, he would be in danger. Not only could he go to the land of destiny, but more importantly, how powerful would he be after fusing with the power of the Earth Immortals? If the Divine Union had such an expert, the future situation would be much more complicated. He would not succeed. At this moment, Dao Chen spoke. Everyone was stunned. Then, they suddenly thought of something and turned their heads. At the same time, those in the Eternal Land were also paying attention to this battle. When they saw Lin Xian's success, their eyes turned red. Damn it! At this moment, the Heavenly Punishment Sword, which was standing in the depths of the Eternal Land, suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. Then, it actually soared into the sky and slashed out a ray of light towards the void of the universe. At this moment, those from the Higan Immortal realm all prostrated themselves on the ground. They were extremely excited. Had the Heavenly Punishment Sword been used? Heavens, the Heavenly Punishment Sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. Moreover, it was the only one of the 5 swords of the world that was complete. Its might was far from what the other broken artifacts could compare to. Once the Heavenly Punishment Sword was used, it would destroy the world. Sure enough, everyone in the universe was in despair. At this moment, they saw an endless vision of heaven and earth. A storm struck, a sea of fire spread, the earth cracked, and the sky shattered. All kinds of natural powers of heaven and earth erupted. What was this? The end of the world? The destruction of the universe? They were all stunned. The Grim Reaper's pupils constricted. His hand of death enveloped the people from the Supreme Hall and brought them back quickly. At the same time, he exclaimed, "The power of the heavenly punishment! This is the true power of the heavenly punishment! It controls all the power of heaven and earth!" It was not just the power of lightning. The power of the Heavenly Punishment Sword was charging towards Lin Xian. Endless destructive power swept towards Lin Xian. Everyone was in despair. Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, the Fighting God, and the others were all ready to attack. However, the moment they moved, those from the Higan Immortal realm also moved. The Virtual Immortals and Turtle Hermit were not to be trifled with. The Grim Reaper was also ready to launch a sneak attack. The Saber Immortal, who was further away, also seemed to have the intention to attack. A slight move would affect the whole situation. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.